Myth HQ LLC presents The Arthur Tales, a collection of tales of King Arthur, Morgan Le Fay, and the Knights of the Round Table, by Jason Hamilton. Narrated by Henry Kramer, Jocelyn Duford, and Jason Hamilton.
A King Revealed, Part 1. This novelette tells the Sword and the Stone story as it stands in this Arthurian shared universe. It also brings in characters and elements from Edmund Spenser's The Faerie Queene, which are explored more in depth in my series The Faerie Queene, based on that epic poem.
Chapter 1. You should see the look on your face, Arthur. Haven't you ever seen a proper city before? Kay knew perfectly well that Arthur had never been to a city the size of Londinium. Now that they were close, Arthur couldn't help but stare at the walls, the battlements, and the towers within. He stood in his horse's stirrups to get a better look. Even in the cold snow of winter, with white powder covering the distant roofs and parts of the walls, it was the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. Parts had broken down, of course. From what his mentor Merlin had told him, everything had decayed a bit since the Romans left the country. But Arthur had heard that there were still a few Romans who stayed in the capital. Maybe he could get a chance to see one. Perhaps they were fighting in the tournament. "It is a sight to behold," said Arthur's stepfather, Sir Ector, guiding his own horse forward. He was a man in good health for his age, and a good temper to match. He kept up his strength with daily intense exercises in both endurance and agility, exercises he had now begun to impose on 15-year-old Arthur and his stepbrother Kay, who was only 3 years older. Nevertheless, I would keep a wary eye out. Any time this many knights and lords gather in one place, it brews trouble. "I've heard Sir Pellinore is just as great as the old king," said Kay, enthusiasm blossoming on his cheeks, although maybe that was the cold. "He may be great," said Sir Ector, "but no one will ever match the strength and military prowess of King Uther Pendragon, and I will not hear a word to the contrary." "Is it true what they say about the sword?" said Kay, his tone suggesting he doubted the legends. Arthur leaned in on his horse to hear Ector's reply. He had heard the legends as well, told to him by Merlin, though, unlike Kay, he believed the legends and desperately wanted them to be true. A sword thrust through a stone by Uther's magician, whoever that was. Supposedly, whoever drew it forth would become the next king, but many had tried and failed. To his delight, he found Ector nodding. "You may not believe it, son, but I was present when Uther's magician placed it there. I saw his magic at work. No one but the rightful heir to Uther's throne will ever pull that sword loose." "Maybe we could give it a try," said Arthur, looking at Kay with eagerness. "You?" Kay sneered at him. "Your scrawny bones can hardly pick up a shovel. You'll have enough to do just carrying my weapons and armor about." Arthur let his face go slack, and he quietly nodded. "Kay," Ector berated, "don't be too harsh on your stepbrother." "Yes, father," said Kay, having already forgotten about Arthur, it seemed. That was the way Arthur liked it. Better to be ignored than bullied by Kay. When Ector was not around, sometimes his stepbrother could get rather nasty. "We'll enter the city through Alder's Gate," said Ector. "I've already made arrangements at an inn nearby. We can unsaddle the horses and get a good meal for once." "Will we see the sword?" Arthur asked, not even bothering to hide the excitement in his face. Ector smiled. "Not today, but I promise to take you before we leave. Only after the tournament is over." Kay puffed out his chest. "If I can win the tournament, perhaps there'll be no need for anyone to pull the sword from the stone. The people will already have their champion." Arthur smirked to himself. No way Kay would ever be crowned king, even if he won the tournament. He knew nothing of kings and politics. Even Arthur knew more about such things, thanks to his books and his lessons with Merlin. Though Arthur had to admit that Kay wasn't bad as a fighter. At 18, he was probably among the youngest competing. But Arthur had a feeling that Kay's youth would cause many of the other knights to underestimate him. "That's the spirit, lad," said Ector, before urging his horse to move a little faster. Both Arthur and Kay also gave their horses a mild kick, bringing them even closer to the towering walls of Londinium. The gates were open when they arrived, and the streets were crowded with people, more than Arthur had ever seen in all of the Lake Country. People of all nations gathered here, whether as refugees, ambassadors, or merchants. And this week was special. All were gathering for the upcoming tournament, sponsored by King Pellinore of the Southern Isles. Arthur hoped they would get a chance to meet the man. People said he was the most likely to succeed Uther Pendragon, if he could get all the other minor kings and lords to cooperate. Just a few blocks after passing through Alder's Gate, they came to the inn Ector mentioned, an enormous building towering 3 stories above them, and taking up more than half the block. Even Ector's estate hadn't been this large. And this was only an inn. Ector dismounted and talked to a stable boy who waited for them at the door. After a few words, Ector waved Arthur forward. "See to it the horses are properly cared for," Ector said to Arthur. "Especially Kay's horse. He needs fresh carrots and oats, and plenty of water for the days ahead." Arthur nodded and accompanied the stable boy as he led the horses around the back of the inn to the stables. Almost all of the enclosures were full. "Ain't never seen a busier time," said the boy, who had to be only a few years younger than Arthur. "There have been tournaments before, right?" Arthur asked. "Yes, but none like this. There are people here all the way from the Orcades Islands. I've been doing nothing but shoveling manure for a fortnight." "People have been here for that long?" "Oh, yes, sir. Peoples want their rest and that of their horses. There's training that happens every day, too." So the knights were taking all of this seriously. What would Kay think once he found out that others had been here, training before him? The tournament wasn't for 2 more days, but that probably wasn't enough for his horse to rest after their long journey all the way from Reged. Not enough rest for Kay either. Arthur made sure the horses were properly fed and were relieved of all their burdens. He and the stable boy then spent the next half hour carrying all the heavy loads into the inn. The least Kay could have done was carry his own armor, but no, he made Arthur do it. He was the runt of the family, or at least that's what Kay called him. It wasn't that Arthur had no muscle or good looks to match his stepbrother. He was as strong as the next boy his age, but his muscles were wiry and tight, not big like Kay's. But he wagered if he were 3 years older, he could best his stepbrother in an arm wrestle. After all, Ector taught them both equally in matters of knighthood, including melee and single combat sparring. Sure, Kay was older and seemed to take to such matters with ease, but Arthur had other advantages. Merlin, for example, had a habit of teaching him about strategy, ancient arts passed on from great warriors to the east, and the mightiest of the Roman emperors. He wasn't sure why Merlin singled him out and didn't seem to care about Kay. It had been a point of contention more than once between the 2 brothers. Maybe it was because Arthur enjoyed riding off into the forests more, the place where Merlin often met and taught him. Kay preferred to stay inside the walls, where it was safer. And Ector allowed Arthur to go, not bothering to say much other than the fact that Merlin was a good man, and that would be it. Arthur put that out of his mind and returned inside the inn to see his stepfather sitting at a table with a number of other men, who were likely other competing knights and their sponsors. Kay was not there, likely already ordered to bed by his father. Arthur smiled, knowing how much Kay probably protested at being sent to bed, while his father and other knights drank to their heart's content. Ector spotted him and waved him over. When Arthur arrived, Ector pushed a plate full of turkey and lamb, covered in various greens and spices. Arthur's eyes widened as he saw the food. "Is all of that for me?" "It is indeed, lad," said Ector. "Welcome to Londinium." Arthur didn't even bother to answer. Instead, he simply dove into the food until bits of gravy covered his face. Ector gave a soft chuckle before turning his attention back to the other knights at the table, and the conversation Arthur had just interrupted. At first, Arthur didn't pay much attention, not until he heard mention of the sword and the stone. He stopped eating and peered over at a knight across the table. "I reckon we don't need the sword any longer," said the knight. "Pellinore is who I vote for." "I heard he drove out the Saxons single-handedly," said another. "And now they won't go near the Southern Isles." "He certainly has managed to do more than any other ruler since Uther's departing," said Ector. "Just convincing everyone to come here to Londinium is no small feat. But islands are easily defended, and the Saxons have yet to aggressively push that far west." "Are you saying he's not up to the job?" said the first knight. "Not at all," responded Ector. "But it will take more than rumors to convince me that he's anything like Uther." "You'll get a chance to meet him tomorrow," said the second knight. "He likes to meet with all the participants, to personally thank them for coming." "I look forward to meeting him," said Ector, raising his glass of ale before taking a swig. "Then you'll see what all the fuss is about," said the first knight. "You'll see he's truly a great man." Ector put down his mug and wiped at his moustache, but his eyes stared at nothing as if he was in deep thought. "I will say this. There may be a chance for unity between the great kings and nobles with this tournament, and I will support whoever can unite us. I long for the old days, when one could roam throughout Britain without fear of his life, and I will honor Pellinore if there's even a chance at seeing that peace again." "You will see," said the first knight. "Talk to Pellinore tomorrow, and then come back and tell us that he's everything you ever imagined." Ector nodded. "I pray that will be the case." The topic drifted away from Pellinore and the tournament to other things. Arthur's attention strayed away from the conversation and back to his food. Even before he finished, his eyes began to droop, enough that Ector soon caught sight of him and ordered him upstairs. Arthur obeyed, climbed the stairs to find a room with 2 four-poster beds inside. Kay already slept in one, and the other was likely for Ector. But Arthur quickly spotted another roll-up bed on the floor, which would be comfortable enough. He had never been afforded the same luxuries as his brother, since he was not of noble bloodline, but he had never wanted for anything either. Ector was a good parent, but he couldn't be expected to treat Arthur the same as his own heir. Arthur would never be more than a minor lord, and he was okay with that. In fact, he preferred it that way. Doing his best not to wake Kay, Arthur settled himself down into the small floor mattress. It took no time at all before his eyes were closed, and his mind strayed away into strange, adventurous dreams. Chapter 2. The next day, Ector and Kay went to meet with King Pellinore. Arthur helped Kay oil his mail before they rode just outside the city where the tournament was being held. The fields were magnificent, and great wooden towers had been erected just for this one event. When Ector and Kay entered the arena, they were met by Pellinore himself. He was much as Arthur had imagined him, a big man with sturdy arms and dark brown hair. His beard was groomed to a point, and his blue eyes twinkled as he saw them approach. "Hector!" he exclaimed, moving fast to greet them. Arthur's stepfather was taken aback. "You know me?" "Of course I do. I make it a point of knowing every person who is participating in the tournament. Besides, I'd know your house sigil anywhere. After all, Reged is not far from Mona Island."
Arthur recognized the name. It was the largest of the southern isles, located just southwest of Reged, and must have been where King Pellinore lived.
"I am honored," said Hector, "and further honored that you would accept my son as a participant in your tournament." "Not at all," said Pellinore, giving Kay's armored shoulder a firm pat. "If we are to make steps to unite Britain against the Saxons, we need every noble house." "So you do intend to unite the houses?" Hector almost leaned forward as he spoke. "I do, yes. I've already managed to gain an alliance with what few Romans remain here in Londinium. There aren't many left in Britain, but Londinium still has a legion, and their leader has great ambitions to give Britain the glory it once had, with our help. If the rest of us can agree to work together, we will have a fighting chance against our enemies in the north and east." "You really think the Romans will agree to help us?"
"They will when they see our strength at the tournament," said Kay.
Hector shot him a look, and Kay cringed slightly. But Pellinore only laughed. "Well said, boy. That is, in part, what we are trying to accomplish. Show off our might in a way that promotes peace between Britons and Romans, not to mention among all the various lords."
Kay looked both upset that Pellinore called him a boy, and prideful at saying the right thing. It was all Arthur could do not to grin at his stepbrother.
"And who is this young lad?" said Pellinore,
waving Kay aside and taking a step forward to face Arthur. Before Arthur could answer, Hector spoke.
"My stepson, King Pellinore. He was brought to me many years ago by a dear friend. When I learned both his parents were dead, I agreed to raise him as my own."
"How very noble of you," said Pellinore. Then he spoke to Arthur.
"And what do you think of our little tournament?"
It doesn't seem very little at all."
That provoked a laugh out of the big man, a hearty, booming laugh. "No, indeed. I'm glad you find it stimulating."
"I do," said Arthur, gaining some courage, "though I want to see the sword in the stone."
Pellinore's laughter faded, and his mirth fell to a simple smile.
Arthur wondered if he'd said the wrong thing, but then Pellinore tousled Arthur's hair and simply said,
"I think we won't have need of that. If anyone had a chance of pulling that sword forth, it's long gone by now. The line of Uther has ended."
Arthur nodded, meeting Hector's eyes and knowing he had gone too far somehow, though he wasn't sure how. What would make Pellinore so wary of the sword? Wouldn't it be a great thing if someone actually pulled it out? Then there would be no need for such tournaments like this one. Everyone would know who should lead them.
"But come, Sir Hector,"
said Pellinore, turning away from Arthur and placing a hand on Hector's back.
"I would love to talk about an alliance between our lands. I think the two of us can make a formidable force in the West."
Arthur and Kay followed as Pellinore and Hector discussed the situations between their lands and the ever-present Saxon threat. Arthur listened intently, but did not bother to voice his opinion again. He loved hearing of Pellinore's plans to drive out the Saxons. From just hearing him talk, Arthur could imagine himself all decked out in armor and hewing down Saxon after Saxon, raising his sword into the air and leading other men into battle. How exhilarating would that be? Hector had trained him well in the sword, for a boy his age. He could probably take on 10 Saxons on his own,
maybe 20. And listening to Pellinore talk, his vision stretched to envision tens of thousands of Britons taking on the invaders. What could they do with such a united force? It could be a battle for the songs, far greater than any legends of Uther Pendragon or any king that came before. As he watched Pellinore talk to his stepfather, Arthur began to believe it could happen. There was something about Pellinore that drew him in, that made him want to fight under his banner. Perhaps Ector would let him someday, when he was older like Kay. He would take up the sword to fight. He would be the greatest warrior the Britons ever had. Out of the cold night, a lone figure staggered toward the gates of Londinium. A small person, with nothing but rags to prevent the snow from chilling her to the bone. Her shoes were well made, but worn from much walking, and her skin was covered in dirt. Yet her dark brown hair waved in the chill breeze, and her green eyes were fixed on the path ahead of her. At last she had found a city, a proper city, a place where she could find help for her family. She wandered through the gate, one of hundreds traveling through. Too many people for even a city like Londinium. There must be something happening. Many of those she passed had padded armor, swords, or other such items. Perhaps there was a tournament to explain so many warriors. That was good. Maybe she could get all of them to come fight for her. She paused at the first inn that caught her eye. She would need food and shelter for the night, or she would not live long enough to raise her avenging army. When had she last eaten? She couldn't remember, and every part of her body ached from both the strain of her travels and the cold. She had little money, but perhaps someone in the inn would be kind enough to provide her with a space on the floor and a crust of bread. Opening the door to the inn, she felt a great warmth wash over her, and the pleasure of it nearly made her dizzy. She scurried inside and shut the door. When she turned back around, she saw a crowd of men and women in the common room, each of them looking at her with curious expressions. There weren't any other young girls that she could see. In the back there was a fireplace, the clear source of warmth in the inn, and along the wall stood a bar with a number of gentlemen nursing their drinks. From the back kitchens she discovered a scent of freshly baked bread, and it was the most delicious smell she had ever encountered, or at least it seemed that way. Parts of her feet and arms began stinging as they adjusted to the heat, and her stomach growled. She needed to find some food fast, or she would... She swayed on the spot, clutching at a nearby chair where a blond boy about her age sat next to a slightly older boy and a gruff-looking man with a mustache. "Ho there," said the older man. "You look unwell, young one. Where have you been to deserve such a red face?" The room was swimming a little now that she'd stopped walking, and all her blood rushed to her face. "I need an army." A chorus of laughter ran through the common room. The old man with the mustache chuckled as well. Did they think she was joking? She needed everyone to get up from their drinks and follow her back to... "What's your name, girl?" said the old man. "Una," she said. But just as she said it, the dizziness overtook her, and she fell forward, straight into the arms of the boy in front of her, before everything went black. Chapter 3. Una awoke to the sensation of some kind of hot liquid being poured down her throat. Wetting her lips, she swallowed, and her entire body tingled as whatever it was filled her insides with warmth. That was soup, and it was good soup, too. Her eyes flickered open to see who was feeding her the soup. It was the same boy upon whom she had fallen earlier. In one hand he held a steaming bowl of the soup, and in the other he held a spoon. His hair was a light blonde, and he was skinny, but not unhealthily so. "Who are you?" she asked, before remembering that she probably should have thanked him for the soup. She often forgot decorum like that, according to Antioch, her father. "My name is Arthur," said the young boy, raising the spoon to her lips again. She took the spoon eagerly, and shivered as warmth enveloped her again. "You fell, and Ector told me to take you upstairs so we could help you rest and recover." "Who is Ector?" "Sir Ector. He's the one you first spoke to when you arrived, and my stepfather. He's agreed to let you stay with us for now, assuming we can't find your parents. Do you have anyone in the city?" Ignoring the darkness that threatened to overwhelm her, she shook her head, not bothering to give him an explanation. He didn't seem to notice her moment of pause, for he went right on feeding her. Una raised herself to her elbows and looked around. She was lying on a small stuffed mattress in the corner of a room with 2 other beds. "You're in our room," said Arthur, answering an unasked question. "In my bed, actually. I figured I could sleep on the floor tonight, until we found another mattress." "I can't stay here long," she said, pushing herself upright even more. "I have to bring an army back to Castle Selene." Arthur narrowed his eyes in thought. "That's just north of the Forest of Arden, right?" Una nodded. "You know your castles." "My mentor teaches me such things," he said. "I know most of the lands in Britain and their lords. But why do you need an army?" "A dragon came and killed everyone inside," she replied. "Ha!" Arthur laughed. "That's good. I haven't heard that one before." His face went slack, though, as he caught her expression. "Wait, you're joking, right?" "I'm not joking," she said. "He killed all our guards and most of the people inside. My mother got me out through a secret passage in the back, but she stayed behind." "Why would she do that?" "I don't know, but she said there was something that she needed to do, and that I was to escape and find someone to help. She said she and my father would be safe until I came back." "So you came here?" Arthur asked. "We're not that close to the Forest of Arden. At least, we're not in the immediately area." "There aren't many around Arden at all," said Una. "Most are wary of the forest." Arthur nodded, apparently having heard of the rumors surrounding the place. Unwarranted rumors, of course. Una had not encountered anything unusual when she traveled from the north side to the south. "You realize that no one will believe you," said Arthur. "No one believes in dragons." "They will when they see it." "No, but I mean, no one is going to follow you. You're just a girl." Una narrowed her eyes at the boy. "And you're just a boy. So what?" "Well..." He looked like he was trying to figure out what to say. "It's just, people here are not going to follow you because you asked them to. And even if you did manage to convince some people to follow you to the castle, you probably shouldn't say all that about a dragon." "Why not? Don't you believe me?" That's not important. What's important is that people are, scared of that kind of stuff." "What stuff?" "Sorcery, magical creatures, that sort of thing." Arthur looked embarrassed. "But I'm telling you, I saw the dragon with my own eyes. It's not like I can control how it got there. Besides, it could kill hundreds, perhaps thousands of people if we don't do something about it now." Arthur paused at that. "I suppose that makes sense. But don't you think word will get out eventually? If there really is a dragon, it won't be long before everyone knows about it, and hundreds of knights will be sent to fight it." "You think so?" He nodded. "So I'd say it's best not to spread the word right now. People are still wary of..." He paused. "Of what?" Una probed. "Well..." If he had looked uncomfortable before, It was nothing compared to his face now.
To be blunt, they're wary of women. There are sorceresses on the loose. Some, I hear, have gone rogue, killing innocent people. If you go about telling everyone about a dragon, it could, make some people suspicious."
"That's ridiculous," said Una. Arthur shrugged.
"I'm just telling you how it is. My mentor has taught me a lot of these things, how to predict what people will think and such. Well, if no one will help me, I must find some way of helping myself."
Una pushed herself onto one knee and used the wall to support herself as she rose.
"I will need a horse and a sword." "You don't plan on going back and fighting it alone?"
Arthur gaped at her.
"Of course not, but I have to do something. Perhaps I can sneak back in and find any survivors." "I thought you said the dragon killed everyone." "I didn't see everyone die," she said. "My parents could have hidden the keep. There's enough grain in there to last a few people for years, and Mother said they'd be safe."
"At least stay here and rest," said Arthur.
"My stepfather has agreed to care for you in the meantime."
Una hesitated, feeling her muscles protest as she moved. She could use a little more rest. A few hot meals, maybe.
"I can't stay long," she pointed out.
Arthur nodded.
"Of course. But you're not going to last long out there if you go back clad in those rags."
Una looked down at what she wore. When the dragon had attacked, she'd been wearing nothing but her nightclothes. Everything else she wore was taken by repurposing an old blanket she'd grabbed on her way out.
"I don't suppose your stepfather would let me have something new to wear?" she asked tentatively.
"I'll ask," said Arthur, matter-of-factly.
"But I'm sure he would help. He's giving like that."
Una hesitated.
"All right," she said. "I'll stay for a day or two, but then I must be going back."
Arthur brightened.
"You got it."
She then went back to her soup, taking big spoonfuls as Arthur sat back against the wall, and the two of them talked about dragons, magic, castles, armies, and whatever else came to their young minds. To her pleasant surprise, she enjoyed the conversation. The next day, the crowds could be heard for miles around Londinium. The first day of the tournament had begun. Arthur barely had time to think about dragons or swords and stones. He was too busy seeing to Kay's every need. Yes, he knew that making sure Kay was well fed and rested were important. But the way Kay was acting, it was as though he wanted Arthur to scrub his chamber pots as well. And there was no way Arthur was doing that, no matter what Kay, or Hector for that matter, ordered him to do. Everything was, "Fetch my lance, Arthur," or "Feed the horses, Arthur," or "Make sure that little girl doesn't get in my way, Arthur." Honestly, it was beginning to look like overkill. Still, Arthur didn't mind much. Manual labor helped him clear his head, and this time he had Una with him, observing what he did to help Kay, and asking the occasional question. By mid-morning, they had left the inn and were converging on the grounds on the north side of the city.
"That crest is from the Orcades Islands, and that one is from Demonia. There are so many knights here,"
Una remarked as they saw all the others preparing for the games.
"With a force this big, we could easily slay the dragon." "Keep your voice down,"
said Arthur, though he was sure no one had heard. There was too much going on for anyone to pay attention to a young boy and girl. Secretly, he wanted to hear more. He still wasn't sure if he believed Una, but from what he could tell, she wasn't exactly the type to make up stories, and she wasn't a fool either. From the way she correctly identified one coat of arms after another, it was clear that she was well educated. Even Arthur didn't know all of the different houses. Merlin had taught him some, but there were so many it was hard to memorize all of them. The games began with a regular melee. Arthur watched in awe as a group of knights met on the fields on horseback. Some stayed on their horse, but others didn't.
Would you come with me if no one else will? Said Una beside him. What? He asked, his attention still on the knights. Kay was up for his third match. He had already won the first two, though they had been relatively easy challenges. To Castle Selene, Una clarified. I bet the two of us would make quite a team. He turned to her, momentarily forgetting Kay's ongoing match. Are you serious? Of course, she said, meeting his eyes dead on. Why wouldn't I be? Well, I can't, he said. I don't know anything about fighting dragons, and besides, I'm needed at home. I'm only 15. I'm only 15 too, she shot back. And I managed to make it out alive and come here. We could do it, you know. Arthur imagined it, venturing off alone into the wild with nothing but Una for his companionship, confronting, or more likely sneaking around a dragon, maybe rescuing other unfortunates from their trials, taking out small bands of Saxons, maybe even finding a ship and sailing beyond the boundaries of the British Isles. He liked Una, and she was pretty too. He could see them roaming Britain together, growing closer, maybe becoming more than travel companions. He had never had a special girl in his life, but he would like one, maybe. But he had only met Una, and there were his responsibilities to Ector and to his home. Kay needed him now, but others would need him in the future. As a son of Ector, he would forever be in charge of helping around the lake country, making sure the kingdom was well secure and that people were happy. No, I can't, he said finally. I would love to, I really would, but I can't just abandon everyone in my life for a quest that came from a girl I barely know. Una stared at him, her jaw tightening. I see. I really would love to travel with you, but you have to see how that's just not an option right now. I traveled here, she shot back. Because you had to. There was little choice. The rest of us have to make choices. Look, we can talk about it more, but I have to get through this tournament first. When it's all over, then we can see what can be done for your home. I'm sure Ector would be more than willing to help in some capacity. Right, whatever, said Una, glancing back at the melee with a stony expression. Clearly she did not want to talk to him right then. Arthur also turned just in time to wince as Kay was knocked off his horse. Chapter 4. Stupid armor, said Kay, as they retreated back to the inn. The day's events were over, and Kay had lost 4 of his matches out of 10. Without this damned helmet, I might have been able to see well enough to throw Sir Benedict off his horse. You did better than most, said Arthur, and it was true. Coming 4th out of 10 was not bad at all. Better than Arthur had expected, if he was being honest. Better than most? His stepbrother retorted. Better than most is not going to make me Britain's champion, is it? No, I'll be the substandard champion, the almost a winner's champion. Boys, said Ector, and both his sons grew silent. Remember that this is just the first of hopefully many such tournaments. These things take time, and you're still young, Kay. It's all right if your innate skill doesn't quite match the years of experience held by some of the others. I'm proud of you no matter what happens. Kay scowled and returned to brooding on his horse as they reached the inn. Arthur glanced at Una, who had accompanied them silently. She hadn't said anything to him after their last conversation. Honestly, Arthur didn't know how she could hold a grudge over something so ridiculous. She didn't truly think that he could just abandon everything and go with her on an adventure, did she? Sure, adventures were thrilling and all, but it wasn't as if he could just pick up and leave the heroes and the stories.
I'll just have to be perfect in the single combat tomorrow, said Kay, still brooding to himself. There's still a chance to make up for today. That brought Arthur back into the present. Inwardly, he groaned at Kay's complaining. His stepbrother was far too fixated on the idea of being the tournament champion. Did he think that earning that title would gain him anything in the long run? Did he think winning would somehow grant him the ability to pull the sword out of the stone or something? Arthur's thoughts went back to that sword. He imagined himself pulling it out of the hard rock, holding it aloft and basking in the glory that others would bestow on him. If that happened, he would never have to work another day in his life. He would let Kay prepare his horses and make him breakfast. He could even order everyone to go to Castle Selene and fight this dragon of Una's. Wouldn't she love that? But of course, that wouldn't happen. The strongest men had tried to pull loose the sword, and none had succeeded. If they could not do it, there was no chance he could. Still, that wouldn't stop him from trying once the tournament was over. They arrived back at the inn, and it wasn't long before Ector had settled into the common room with an evening glass of ale. Kay didn't take anything, choosing instead to go around back to practice his forms. At this rate, he would wear himself out with too much practice and wouldn't be able to actually compete in the tournament. Una stayed put by Ector's side, as if she no longer wanted to follow Arthur about like she had all day. Perhaps she would speak to Arthur's stepfather about the dragon. Hopefully not in this crowd. Had she even spoken to Ector at all since she arrived? Arthur wasn't entirely sure. He decided to keep an eye on her, rather than retreat upstairs to his own bed. She would need him if she started rattling off about what happened to her hometown. There were too many superstitious Britons in the room. Thankfully, Una didn't want to say much. She simply nibbled at a turkey leg brought for her by Sir Ector, and watched the men and women talk. Arthur settled back to do the same. After a while, a man in worn trousers and a heavy overcoat entered the room. Immediately, he was greeted by the barkeep. "Atticus," he said, clearly familiar with the stranger. "I'm glad you could make it before the tournament ended. Can I get you the usual?" "You may," said the man Atticus. His name and dark hair suggested he was a Roman, but Arthur had never seen a Roman dressed quite like this man. Perhaps he was a merchant. "What's the news from up north?" said the barkeep, pouring the man a drink. "I see the Saxons haven't gutted you yet." "They respect my coin," said Atticus, "but none of you will believe what I've to say." The barkeep leaned in, as did a number of nearby listeners. "What is it?" said the barkeep. "You've all heard of Castle Selene," said the man. Instantly, Una's head spun around from her food, and Arthur sat a little straighter in his seat. News about Castle Selene could not be a coincidence. "Yeah, I've heard of it," said Ector, pulling closer and leaning against the counter to speak to the man. "Yeah, I've heard of it," said Ector, pulling closer and leaning against the counter to speak to the man. "Near the Saxon front, isn't it? North of the Forest of Arden." "The same," said the newcomer. "Words come that it completely vanished, nary a fortnight ago." Arthur narrowed his eyes. That wasn't what he expected to hear. Nor, it seemed, did Una. She went so far as to get off her bench and take 2 steps closer. Arthur tried to signal with his eyes that she should stay out of it, but she was not looking at him. Her eyes were fixed on the man. "What do you mean, it completely vanished?" she asked. All of the listeners turned to see who had abruptly expressed interest. Atticus eyed the girl up and down before answering. "Just what I said. One day it was there, and the next it wasn't. Heard it from a fellow merchant who made his way there. The locals were on about how they'd seen some strange lights coming from the castle, but that it disappeared shortly thereafter.
And?
Una's eyes were wide, and for the first time since Arthur had known her, she looked afraid.
And there were no survivors?
None as I've heard, said Atticus. What, girl? Do you know someone from those parts? You look like you've seen a ghost.
Not a ghost,
said Una, partly to herself. Arthur hurried forward, putting a hand on Una's shoulder. She did not react, but he needed to get her out of there before she spilled some secrets she would later regret.
She just wandered in last night half frozen to death, he said, waving slightly at all the onlookers. She's emotional and sensitive right now. I'd better make sure she gets some rest tonight.
The others stared blankly as Arthur ushered a dazed Una out of the common room and up the stairs to their room. When they were inside, Arthur grabbed her shoulders and faced her squarely.
That was close. You can't react like that if you don't want people to ask questions.
Blinking, she seemed to come out of her temporary trance.
They're gone, Arthur. Whoever was in that castle is now gone. Vanished somehow.
I know, said Arthur. Tentatively, he put his arms around her shoulders. It was an awkward gesture, but he hoped it would get the point across. He was surprised when she pushed him back, hard.
I shouldn't have left, she said,
a little louder than Arthur liked.
I should have stayed behind to rescue my mother and father, or at least gone for help somewhere close by, instead of looking for warriors. It's not your fault, said Arthur. How could you have known? Maybe it's not really gone, she said, beginning to pace and not appearing to have heard. Maybe it's all part of some dragon sorcery. If I go there, I could prove it. Prove to the world that the dragon does exist. And then everyone will come searching for it.
Una, said Arthur.
I need a sword, she said, still not listening. With that, I can at least defend myself against enemies on the way there. Maybe I could even catch the dragon unaware. Sneak up on it while it's sleeping.
Una, Arthur repeated, a little louder this time. She stopped and looked at him, and her eyes were red. He paused, seeing the anguish in her face, the deep anxiety that ran through her. Whether or not there was a dragon at Castle Selene, she believed it. That much Arthur could see in her gaze. She was not making this up, and the thought of the castle disappearing entirely truly distressed her. And he supposed the story of a dragon was not more or less believable than that of the castle disappearing.
I'll go with you,
he said, knowing it was the right thing to do as he said it.
We'll go to Castle Selene together.
At first, she did nothing but stare at him. Then she flung her arms around his shoulders and she was crying into his chest.
Thank you,
she said.
Thank you.
I have some conditions, said Arthur, taken aback by her sobs.
We have to get Hector's approval, and I can't be gone for long. Chances are he'll want to send someone with me.
She nodded into his chest, her tears staining the fabric.
Also, we're not leaving until the tournament is over. And if the castle really is gone, we're coming right back. Same goes if we actually find a dragon there.
Once again, she nodded silently. He held her like that for a long while, until finally Kay and Hector entered the room, and they separated to sleep in their individual beds. Una said nothing more for the remainder of the night, but even after Arthur heard the gentle purr of his stepfather's snoring, he found he couldn't sleep until much later in the night. "We're going to have to think of what to do with you once the tournament is over," said Sir Hector as Una ate with them the next morning. She kept quiet, knowing she wouldn't be in their way once she and Arthur left. "I'm always willing to help a lost child in need, but there's not much I can do if you won't tell me where you're from." Una remembered the news from that merchant the night before, about how Castle Selene had disappeared entirely.
I have no home,
she said softly. Hector set his jaw, and his mustache bristled. Well, you can stay here if you want, but you're also welcome in the kitchens in Reged. I know they could always use more hands. You won't have much, mind, but you'll have enough food to live by and a roof over your head. Una stared at the man. He barely knew her, but already he was offering her a permanent place in his own lands. Sure, a kitchen maid was nothing compared to the life she used to live, but that was far gone now. Perhaps after she and Arthur visited the castle, but no, he probably wouldn't accept her after that. Not after taking his stepson away for a time. She would be left alone again, unless Arthur could somehow change Hector's mind.
Thank you,
she said simply. Hector seemed to take that as an acceptance of his offer. He grunted and stood. "Arthur," he bellowed, "get down here." Arthur came running from upstairs, looking a bit disheveled. He had slept far longer than Una. All of her nights had been restless of late. "Yes, father?" he said as he came into view. "Eat your breakfast quick now and get ready to go. I want Kay's horse saddled and ready within the hour."
"Yes, sir,"
he said, sparing a glance at Una as he stepped forward to eat his breakfast. He quickly began scarfing it down without a word to her. She knew what he was thinking. He remembered his promise to go with her to Castle Selene, to see what had become of her homeland. Did he still mean to go, or was he planning to stay with his stepfather? She tried to catch his eye, but he kept his attention on the bowl of porridge in front of him. "And Una," said Hector. She turned to look at the man. "I think it's best if you stay here for today, instead of coming to the tournament. I don't mind having you there, but I've seen how you and Arthur like to talk, and I need him to be focused on helping Kay today. You understand, right?"
"You mean I'll be here alone?"
"Not alone," he said. "The barkeep's wife will be here, and I'll make sure she keeps you company." Una's breathing began to come faster. Yes, logically, she knew they were only going to the tournament. But what if they didn't come back? What if they forgot about her? Irrational thoughts of all kinds began to surface in her brain. "Is that suitable for you?" Hector said, ducking his head to get a better look at her, judging her reaction.
"What? Yes, whatever."
Una grabbed her plate and stood to take it to the counter for washing. She needed air. Not bothering to look back at Hector or Arthur, she pushed her way out the front door and into the chill air. The cool wind whipped at her hair, but it did not make her feel better. That same chill wind had nearly killed her days before. She had been alone then, too. What was bothering her so? It wasn't like Hector would leave Londinium without her, not after offering her a place in his household. But maybe he secretly wanted to leave her behind, and this was just setting her up for that. Part of her knew she was overreacting, but Arthur and his family were the only people she had now that Castle Selene was apparently gone. If they weren't around, she needed a weapon, something to use if and when someone else decided to take advantage of her, whether it happened today during the tournament, or while traveling to Castle Selene. Yes, that was a good idea. She would feel better once she had something to use in her own defense. With a proper sword or spear, she could go back to Castle Selene by herself if need be. Sure, a single weapon wouldn't deter all bandits, but it would give her an edge. Besides, she was good at hiding, so she could probably avoid any brigands if necessary. Yes, she would find a weapon and prepare to leave while the tournament was happening. Hopefully Hector and Arthur would come back, but if she didn't see them by the end of the day, perhaps she could consider running off on her own. She had to get back to Castle Selene no matter what. There was no other option. Hector might want to keep Arthur from going, so she had to be prepared to go alone. Which left the question, how was she going to get a sword? She wasn't a fan of stealing, but she had no money to afford one, and it was unlikely that anyone would donate such a thing. Swords took a lot of coin to make. Stealing was really her only option. She didn't like it, but it was the only recourse given to her, and there were plenty of knights around that she could steal from. Rounding the side of the inn, she came into the stables. She would have to be careful here. There were squires and a handful of knights in the area, tending to their horses or sparring in the yard. Hopefully most of them wouldn't notice a small girl like her sneaking about. Creeping up to the first stable, she immediately found what she was looking for. A sword strapped to the saddle of a brown horse, likely brought there recently by someone's squire. Una glanced around and didn't see anyone else, so she slipped inside the stable and slowly extracted the sword from its scabbard. Hopefully whoever it belonged to would not notice it was missing immediately. She tucked the top of the scabbard under the saddle cloths for good measure. Whoever owned this sword would see the bottom of the scabbard and assume the rest of the sword was there as well. That left another question. What would she do with the sword? She couldn't exactly roam the streets carrying the heavy weapon. Taking off her cloak, she wrapped it around the sword and proceeded out of the stable, choosing to re-enter the inn from the back. She almost bumped into Arthur, who was carrying some of Kay's armor outside. He acknowledged her with a brief nod of his head as he hurried past, but didn't notice the oblong object she was carrying behind her back and under her cloak. Hector and his sons were busy. They would be leaving soon. Since they didn't want her anyway, she could just hide the sword away until she needed it, or until they got back. And if she didn't see them by the evening, or Hector didn't allow Arthur to accompany her, she would have to take the weapon with her as she traveled back to Castle Selene. Hurrying upstairs, she deposited the weapon under Kay's bed while no one was in the room. Then she huddled up in her own mattress in the corner and waited for the day to pass. Chapter 5. Hector, Kay, and Arthur rode back outside Londinium to the tournament grounds, with Kay brooding as always. He clutched at his reins and looked like he was running through sword forms in his mind. Single combat was important if he wanted to make up for his 4 losses in the melee, and so Arthur didn't blame him. Still, it was funny to see his stepbrother so worked up about something. Arthur hadn't seen him this nervous since he asked one of the local ladies if he could call on her. Hopefully the combat went better than that fiasco. They arrived at the tournament grounds, and Arthur set his shoulders, observing all the many banners from houses all over Britain. It truly was a marvel that Pellinore had brought all of these houses here. What an opportunity for unity. Perhaps when he was older, he could fight beside Pellinore and his united armies against the Saxons. They would put those greedy barbarians in their place. If anyone could do it, Pellinore could. What? What? Kay exclaimed. My sword! Arthur turned to see what Kay was on about. What he saw was his stepbrother holding aloft an empty scabbard. Arthur, what have you done? Kay said, his voice shrill. You forgot my sword. Arthur's stomach chilled. What? I put it with the horse early this morning, he said. He had put it there, right? Now that he thought it through, he wasn't sure. It had all been part of his morning routine that he did every day, and it all blended together. No, he clearly remembered placing the sword in the scabbard that very morning. He knew it was this morning because he had thought about how abnormally chilly it was today. So where had it gone? Arthur, said Hector sternly, you'll have to go back into the city and get it.
But I put the sword with the horse this morning, said Arthur. I'm sure I did. Someone must have stolen it.
Then find someone to let you borrow a sword, said Hector, reaching at his side for a pouch of coin. If anyone protests, give them something for their trouble. But Kay must have a sword in the next half hour, or he will not be allowed to compete. Do you understand? Arthur nodded frantically, taking the coin pouch from his stepfather.
I'll find something.
With that, he wheeled his horse around and shot back towards the city gate, barely missing a few bystanders as he went. The place was crowded, and he soon found himself slowing to barely a trot as he entered the city. Where was he going to find another sword? He was certain Kay's had been stolen, which meant there would be no point in searching the inn. Besides, the inn would be locked up during the day, at least as long as the tournament lasted. Someone would still be there, but the likelihood of him finding Kay's sword was slim at best. For that reason, once he reached the inn, he passed right on by. Surely there would be a blacksmith or another knight with a spare sword who would let Arthur borrow it. He had the coin to pay them. He just needed someone willing. He passed shop after shop, but none that looked like that of a blacksmith, and most of the knights had already left for the tournament. Perhaps Hector could convince one of them to lend Kay a sword. Pellinore might allow it. But that could not excuse Arthur. He could not return empty-handed. Something gleamed in the corner of his vision, and he reined in his horse. To his right lay a small church, with a beautiful sword stuck in a giant granite slab out front. Arthur glanced around. Did that sword belong to anyone? He swung himself off his horse and moved closer. This wasn't the sword, was it? It was stuck in the stone as described, but the church was so small, and the entire thing was overgrown with weeds and thistles. Surely the real sword in the stone would not be so neglected. It would be placed near the city's largest cathedral, with a shrine built over it, and dozens of people lining up to attempt to pull it out. This must be some kind of replica, a way of getting more people to come to this particular church. Yes, that had to be it. Still, it was a real sword by what he could see. No one was around to ask if he could take it. All had gone to the tournament. Perhaps he could just lift it, take it to Kay, and bring it right back once the tournament was over, before anyone noticed. With a quick glance around him, he dismounted and hopped over the small fence that lined the small church's courtyard. Yes, this couldn't be the real sword in the stone. It was in far too humble a setting. Without pausing to think, he took hold of the sword and pulled upward. Its hilt was beautiful. A flawless replica, if that's what it was. It was golden, and the pommel was carved like the head of a dragon. But even as he pulled, the sword came smoothly out of the stone with no resistance whatsoever. Of course, it could not be the real sword in the stone, or he would never have been able to pull it out. But now he had a sword, and in record time. If he hurried, he could have it back to Kay well before the melee event started. Wrapping the sword in his cloak, he darted back to the tournament. When he arrived, he quickly spotted Kay and Hector. Holding the sword aloft, still wrapped in his cloak, he yelled, "I've got one!" A wave of relief passed through Kay's face, only to be replaced seconds later with annoyance. "Do you know the worry you've put me through, Arthur?" He snapped at him as Arthur dismounted and passed the sword to his brother. Kay removed the cloak, throwing it back at Arthur, and revealed the sword inside. For a moment, the light reflecting on the blade seemed to illuminate the space around them. "This is quite a sword," said Kay. "Where did you get it?" "I found it," said Arthur, "in a churchyard." Hector peered closer. "Hold on," he said, gently taking it from Kay and staring at the blade. "This is no ordinary blade." It was only then that Arthur noticed the blade had an inscription down its center, He'd grabbed it in such haste that he hadn't even seen it. He peered closer to see what it said, but Ector was already reading it aloud. "Whoso pulleth out this sword from this stone is duly born king of all Britain." He straightened and took a single deep breath. With a glance at Arthur, Ector whispered, "This is the sword in the stone."
"It can't be,"
said Arthur, laughing to try and ease the tension building between himself, Kay, and Ector.
"It has to be a replica of some kind."
"If it is," Ector went back to staring at the blade, "it is the finest work I've ever seen. Where did you get it, lad?" Arthur swallowed and considered lying. He could say that a random knight gave it to him, a person with his face covered, so Arthur wouldn't be able to identify him. But as he met Ector's eyes, he knew he could not lie. His stepfather would surely know the moment he tried. I pulled it out of a granite block in a small churchyard.
But it couldn't be the real sword in the stone, because it came out so easily."
"He's right," said Kay. "It can't be the real one." "What's going on here?" said another of the knights, intrigued by the looks on Kay and Ector's faces. His eyes caught sight of the sword, and they instantly widened. Why, that's—" Ector winced as the man turned and began shouting. "Someone's pulled the sword from the stone! The king has been found!"
"No!"
Arthur shouted.
"It's not—"
But suddenly Ector was grabbing him by the shoulders. "Tell me truthfully, boy, did you pull this sword from the stone? No one gave it to you, and you didn't find it lying around." Arthur could not lie.
"I took it from the stone."
The church was down the main street, the same street as our inn but further down. A small thing, smaller than you would expect to keep a sword like this. Arthur nodded, his stomach rising in his throat with every word his stepfather said. Ector straightened and leaned back, taking a deep breath.
"What?"
said Kay, smirking. "He can't possibly have pulled the real sword loose. Thousands of men stronger than Arthur have tried." "Something tells me strength is not all that matters in pulling forth that sword," said Ector quietly. Both Kay and Arthur almost couldn't hear him, for a crowd had begun to gather around the trio. All were peering at the sword as it gleamed in the morning light.
"Is that—"
"It is."
"But who—"
Arthur tried to shut out all the noise. What did all this mean? That he was the king? But that was ridiculous. He couldn't be king. He was just a lowly boy from the lakes. Even Kay came before him in nobility, as Arthur was not a blood son of Sir Ector. But what of that? Ector had always told him that he did not know who his parents were. Arthur had grown up with no clue who had sired him. At times he had fantasized that they were some rich merchants or traveling nobles that would one day return and claim him. But as he grew older, he knew that he was more likely the son of some ill-fated beggars, or peasants who had given him up because they could not provide a life for him. But what if that wasn't true?
"What's going on here?"
said a powerful voice. Arthur looked to see Pellinore pushing his way through the crowd. Relief flooded him. If anyone knew what to do, it would be Pellinore. Ector brandished the sword in front of the man and said, My boy has pulled the sword from the stone." Pellinore shot Arthur a sharp look.
"What's this, boy? You said you did it? Who gave it to you and told you to lie?"
No one,"
stammered Arthur. The harsh look in Pellinore's eyes was enough to take him aback. Gone was the strong, kindly man who had welcomed Arthur when they first arrived. "I know when my sons are lying to me," said Ector. "He's not lying."
"Well, that's ludicrous," said Pellinore. "This scrawny lad could not possibly have pulled the sword forth. And even if he could, he doesn't even have the lineage. He's your boy, after all."
"He's my stepson," said Ector. Pellinore's face grew dark, and he stared at Ector for a long moment, an understanding passing between them.
"Well, there's one way to find out,"
said Pellinore, taking the sword from Ector.
"We put it back in the stone and see if the young one can pull it out again. We'll let everyone try."
"It should be easy now that it's been pulled already," said Kay eagerly. Clearly, he wanted a chance at it.
"There's been a change of plans,"
Pellinore shouted for all nearby to hear.
"Anyone who can pull the sword from the stone will be considered the new champion. Spread the word. We go now into the city."
With that, Pellinore took the sword and strode to his horse. "Better keep an eye on that sword," Ector whispered to Arthur. "Don't let it out of your sight."
"But, Father?"
"Just do it," Ector emphasized. Arthur did not question his stepfather again. Instead, he hoisted himself in his saddle and quickly made his way behind Pellinore, following him through the gate and down the road, passing the inn where they had stayed thus far. Una was in there. What would she think if she knew he had pulled the sword loose? This was all happening too fast. He had been sure that this sword was a replica, or another sword entirely. It had come out of the granite with almost no effort at all. So how could it be that thousands had tried before and failed? He could do nothing but follow Pellinore as he carried the sword back to the church. Chapter 6. A lot of commotion was happening outside the inn. Una brought herself to her feet, straining her ears. There had to be hundreds of people outside to make that kind of racket. Shouldn't they all be at the tournament? Making sure her sword was safely stored underneath the bed, she exited the room and made her way to the door. When she peeked her head out, all she could see was a mass of knights, squires, and onlookers going down the road. Far more than she had ever seen there at one time before. Something was going on. She exited the inn and approached the nearest available person, a squire by the looks of him. "What's going on?" she asked.
"Someone pulled the sword from the stone," said the squire excitedly. "We're going to see if he can do it again."
"Who is it?" said Una, her spirits lifting. If someone had pulled the sword out, maybe she could talk to him about sending knights to Castle Selene.
"Some boy," said the squire. "No one expected it. Oh, I wish it could have been me."
Interested, Una fell into step with the rest of the crowd, trying her best to see ahead of her, though the sheer number of people in the street made that difficult. But it wasn't long before the crowd stalled, and they could not move any closer. Una jumped, trying to see what was going on ahead. There was a church not too far away, and everyone seemed to be looking in that direction, but she could not make out anything that was happening. Without asking or apologizing, she began pushing through the crowd. She was small, and that made it easier to pass through, but there were a few moments when she had to duck under people's legs to the occasional protest. Regardless, it didn't take too long before she was nearer the church. She found a decent vantage point by climbing atop part of the fence that surrounded the building. It wasn't a very large church, but from here she could see the legendary stone that held the sword. Though at the moment, that man, King Pellinore, held the sword in his hands. Had he been the one to pull out the sword? The squire had said a boy. But in the next moment, Pellinore thrust the sword back into its place.
"There,"
said Pellinore.
"Kay, since you were so eager to pull it out the second time, why don't you go first? We'll all have a go at it."
He was smirking, like the whole thing was just some big game. Kay stepped forward, and it was then that Una saw both Ector and Arthur standing behind him. Arthur did not look happy. He was clutching at his arms and staring at the ground. Others were looking at him too, and Una did not like their expressions.
Was he wrapped up in all this somehow? Kay put forth a hand and laid it on the tip of the pommel. It'll be easy now that it's been pulled. Kay tugged at the pommel, but the sword remained where it was, not moving even a little. Kay's expression dropped, and Pellinore frowned behind him. Kay pulled again and again, before finally resting both hands along the handle and heaving for all he was worth. The sword did not so much as budge.
"Put your back into it, boy,"
said Pellinore, striding forward. No matter how hard Kay pulled, he could not move the sword 1 inch, and by now his face had grown red. "Let me at it," said one knight, and that set off a chorus of shouts from knights everywhere, all crowding closer in their eagerness to pull the sword loose. But Pellinore was already there, pushing Kay out of the way and trying to lift the sword up himself. But try as he might, Pellinore had no more luck than Arthur's stepbrother. Others stepped forward, throwing their own weight into the mix. Several knights tried at once to lift the sword, but to no avail. Una watched with interest. So if Pellinore, Kay, and all these other knights could not pull it out, who had? "I think we should let the boy try," called Ector above the commotion. At first, the others appeared not to have heard, continuing to pull at the sword. But as the crowd hushed, they relaxed their efforts, staring at none other than Arthur, who still stood close to Ector, and seemed to shrink when all eyes were on him. Ector put a hand on Arthur's shoulder. "Go on, boy," he said. "Show us what you did." Arthur stepped forward, one foot placed in front of the other, his eyes still staring at the ground as though he did not want to make eye contact with anyone. Silence filled the courtyard and the road beyond. Even those out of eyeshot grew quiet, as if they knew something important was about to happen. Una leaned forward. Was Ector suggesting that Arthur had or could pull the sword out of the granite when all these other, far stronger men had tried? Arthur's hand closed about the hilt, and a small chill ran down Una's spine. You could have heard a pin drop a mile away. Even the birds had stopped chirping. Then, in one fluid motion, Arthur pulled the sword free of the granite slab. A collective gasp ran through the crowd as he held it aloft, the sunlight gleaming off its polished surface. You could not have known that such a brilliant sword had rested for years inside of a stone. It looked newly forged. For a moment, everyone watched in collective awe. And then chaos erupted around them. Everyone began shouting in praise or contention all at once. The knights closest to Arthur bore either stunned or angry expressions. Ector leaned in behind Arthur and whispered some words in his ear, at which the boy nodded and followed his stepfather out the back. Pellinore held out his hands to try and calm the crowd, but it was no use. Una could hear the noise expand as those who had seen what happened began to spread the word to the rest of the crowd. Una stayed where she was, stunned, but with a new hope rising within her. This was perfect. If what the legends said were true, Arthur was now the king. He could order knights to help her. He could go wherever he wished. Nothing would be impossible for the two of them now. What could Arthur be thinking in that moment? He and Ector had managed to slip out the back of the church, but they were likely going back to the inn. Una should head after them. They probably wouldn't stay at the inn after this. Arthur would need a more appropriate residence, one where he wouldn't be overcome with excited onlookers. Una jumped off the fence and began pushing her way back. Not everyone would know where Arthur was staying yet, but word would spread fast. As she wound her way through the crowds, the sound of horse hooves came from behind her. She glanced back to see Pellinore ordering everyone to get back. He rode through the narrow gap made by the people, heading straight for Arthur's inn. Una hurried after. She had to get to Arthur before she would never be able to find him again. When she finally arrived at the inn, already there were people gathering around, pointing with mixed expressions on their faces. Some were excited, others looked scared. What did they have to be scared of? Arthur was apparently a king now. They had finally found the one to unite them all. Una hurried past the few onlookers and slipped inside the door. Ignoring the crowded room, she ran up the stairs 2 at a time and went to open the door to Hector's room. It was locked. That was odd. She'd never seen it locked before. "Who is it?" came Hector's muffled voice from inside. "It's Una," she replied. "I'd like to talk to Arthur."
The door opened, and she was greeted by the stern face of Sir Hector, staring down his nose at her. "Come in," he said. "We'd like a word with you too." On that ominous note, Una slipped through the door, and Hector closed it hastily behind her. "I've told the barkeep not to reveal our room to anyone, though it's only a matter of time before someone finds out," said Hector. Arthur sat in the corner of the room, his eyes blankly staring forward, not even bothering to look up at Una as she stepped inside. Clutched in his arms was a long object wrapped in cloth, which had to be the sword. Kay sat on his bed, his elbows on his knees, also staring, but at the ground. "I wanted to ask you about this," said Hector, pointing. Una winced as she saw the sword she had stolen earlier, removed from its hiding place, and lying on the bed beside Kay.
"I was planning on leaving," she said abruptly. "I needed something to protect myself with."
"Why Kay's sword?" Hector probed. Una turned to meet his eyes, confused.
"I didn't know it was his." "Of course it's mine," said Kay, looking up from the ground to meet her eyes. "Who else did you think it belonged to?" "There were a lot of knights with horses and belongings in the stable. I didn't know which was which."
"Well, all is done now," said Hector, shaking his head as though tired.
"No, it isn't," said Kay, rising to his feet. "If we hadn't set Arthur back for the sword, we wouldn't be in this predicament right now. I would have been allowed to compete." "They're not competing it now?" asked Una.
"The remainder of the games have been postponed as far as we can tell," said Hector.
"It's all my fault," said Arthur,
his eyes still staring straight ahead.
"I should have known the sword wasn't a replica. I should have searched for another sword before taking this one."
"What's done is done, and there's no use worrying about what-ifs," said Hector. Una glanced around the room. All 3 of them looked dejected, like they didn't know what to do next. She had to find a way to help somehow, something to lift their spirits up.
"I'm sorry I took your sword," she said to Kay. "I swear I was only going to borrow it."
"And who would you have returned it to if you didn't know its owner?" asked Hector with a raised eyebrow. Una opened her mouth to reply, but she had nothing. Hector had caught her on that one. Hector stared at her intently. "If I give you the sword, will you put it back with the horses and not run off with it?"
"Father!" Kay said, his pitch rising.
Hector held out a hand to quiet his son. "Well?" he asked Una. She considered the request, unsure why he would want her help.
"I can put it back. There isn't a need to steal it anymore," said Una, "now that all this has happened."
Arthur glanced up to meet her eyes, the message passing between them. Now that he was king, he was in a much better position to help Una with her quest. Eventually, at least. It would pay to stay at his side until things settled down, and he could send a battalion of knights with her. Hector seemed to think her response was sufficient. Straightening, he walked over to Kay's bed, picked up the sword, and handed it to her. "You'll take this sword and put it away, But then you must also take the rest of our supplies and prepare the horses."
"Sir?"
she asked, her brow furrowing. "The three of us are too recognizable now. If anyone sees us, they will make it very difficult to leave, and we are leaving the city tonight."
"But Arthur is king," Una said. "Shouldn't he be here?"
Hector chuckled. "I'm sure the remaining Romans would love that. No, everything will need to be settled later. But remaining here presents too many dangers, too many unknowns, and you can help us. They won't know you're associated with us in any way. Only the barkeep would guess." Tightening her grip on the hilt of Kay's sword, Una nodded.
"I'll go right away."
"You know how to feed the horses and make sure the saddlebags are properly secured?"
Una nodded. "My father taught me."
"Good. Now be off." Una spared one last glance for Arthur before slipping back out the door. She hadn't expected them to leave so soon, but it made sense. There were simply too many people here. Trying to sort everything out at such a time was madness. But they had all seen Arthur pull the sword out, hadn't they? Surely that meant that any question of leadership had been solved. She exited the inn and rounded it to the back stables. It was already growing quite dark, as was common during winter. Hector and Kay could probably have prepped the horses themselves, though she understood why they didn't. There were still people about, straining their necks as if looking for someone. She soon found the stall where Kay's horse stood, and with it the sword's scabbard. But something stopped her just as she was lifting the blade to be put away. A deep voice was coming from the other side of the stables, a voice she recognized, but speaking in a hushed tone. It sounded like Pellinore. Curious, she wandered down the length of the stables, making sure to stay out of sight and make no noise as she did so, the sword still in hand. Chapter 7. "There will always be rumors," said Pellinore's voice. He must have been standing on the other side of the stables, just hidden from view. "We simply won't be able to get around that. But perhaps we can spin the tale so as to make me a Lord Regent of some kind. We can say that he gave me the sword before he died." Died? Immediately Una found herself bending lower, though she was still clearly out of sight of Pellinore and whoever he was talking to. What was the man talking about? Arthur wasn't going to die, unless someone planned it that way. She took one step forward, listening closely.
"It won't be easy to make it look like an accident,"
said another voice, higher in tone and with an edge of danger in it.
"And even if we can, people will be suspicious of foul play, given the timing."
Yes, you let me worry about that," said Pellinore. "Perhaps we can implicate one of the other houses. I would love to wipe Lot off the board."
"You would do that after all your talk of unity?"
said the other. "Or one of the minor houses, then," Pellinore replied with a frustrated wave of his hand. "It won't hurt the kingdom as a whole, and we can make it look like they were greedy, reaching for power they never had. The others would quickly fall in line." The realization of what Pellinore and the other man were discussing hit Una like a ton of bricks. They were plotting to kill Arthur and take the sword. Pellinore had never truly cared about the one true king. He just wanted that power for himself.
"You're clever as always,"
said the other. "And don't you forget it," Pellinore shot back. "Now go. We shouldn't be seen together at any rate. Find the right moment, then strike."
"Leave it to us. But what of the others? His stepfather and brother?"
"They're of no use to me. kill them if necessary. But remember, I don't want this to get too messy."
"As you wish, my king."
Una slipped inside one of the stalls, right next to an uncaring horse, just as a man scurried away, hunched over and covered in a long dark cloak that hid his eyes. He didn't see her as he passed. This wasn't good. She couldn't believe that they would try to kill the rightful king. But of course, she should have realized that people wouldn't want a king as much as they would want to be king themselves. People like Pellinore, anyway. She had to get back and tell Arthur before that man got to him. They would need to leave immediately, even if they were not prepared. They had to get out of the city. She couldn't wait for Pellinore to leave. The assassin had already left and could strike at Arthur at any minute. She had to get to him now, to warn him. She slipped out of the stall, still quiet so that Pellinore wouldn't hear her. But just as she exited the small enclosure, she collided right into Pellinore.
"Hello," he said, startled. "And who might you be?"
Una scampered back, but Pellinore caught one of her arms.
"What are you doing with a sword, little miss? How long have you been here?"
"I just arrived to put away my master's sword, my lord."
She feigned innocence.
"Is that so?"
he said, his eyes darkening. "You seem awfully frightened for someone just going about their business. How much did you hear?"
"Hear? Hear what?"
"Don't play games with me, girl. Tell me what you heard, or I will cut your throat here and now." Una swallowed. He knew, and he wasn't going to let up. Doing her best to stand a little straighter, she took on a new tactic.
"You can't kill him,"
she said with as much confidence as she could muster.
"Arthur is the true king."
"Arthur is a boy who knows nothing of what it takes to rule,"
said Pellinore. "Whatever enchantment surrounded that sword was wrong."
"That's a convenient story for you."
"Girl, I've been devoting my life to uniting these lands long before you were born. There is no one better to lead."
"And what if they find out you'll kill innocent boys to get what you want?"
Una shot back. That only caused Pellinore's eyes to darken further. "You're right. No one must know." His grip on her sword-bearing arm tightened, and he reached for something at his belt. Without pausing to think, Una fell into her self-defense lessons taught by her parents. She brought her knee up, hitting Pellinore squarely between the legs. The man doubled over, and his grip on her arm lessened just enough that she was able to wrench it free. But he soon recovered his wits and growled at her. "You little—" He lunged at her. Una recoiled, pulling the sword upward. Pellinore stopped in his tracks and stared down to where Kay's sword had pierced through his side. "No," he said, and fell to his knees. Una took 2 steps backward, her mouth and eyes wide open. She hadn't meant to stab him. He had just come at her so fast, she hadn't had time to think. I'm sorry," she said hastily. She had never stabbed a person before. She had never even physically hurt someone before. Not like this. "You—" His face was red as he stared at her in hatred. His hand clutched at his side, and red blood flowed across his fingers.
"No, I didn't mean this,"
she said, her own face growing red.
"I'm sorry,
Something went out of her, a wave of emotion passing through like the wind through the trees. Pellinore's eyes widened, and he looked down at his side. Miraculously, Una could see no blood, but she was sure there had been some there before. Perhaps she had not seen properly in the dark. Pellinore got to his feet. "What have you done to me?" he said, staring down at his side. There was a hole through his clothing,
but the flesh appeared to be untouched. How could that be? I don't know. Perhaps the damage hadn't been as bad as she thought. Maybe Pellinore had initially overreacted, and the blood must have been a hallucination of her frightened mind. Steeling his face, Pellinore stepped forward, unsheathing his own sword. Una took several steps back and raised Kay's blade. With an expert swipe, Pellinore knocked it out of her hands. He raised the sword to inevitably strike her down. Una turned and ran. She ran for all she was worth, away from the stables and out into the road beyond. There were still people here, gathering around the inn where Arthur was staying. She had to get back in. Ector would protect her. But there were too many people. She barreled into several, to alarmed protests. "Come here!" Pellinore was following her. She glanced back to see he had sheathed his sword, but he was still coming after her despite all the people.
"Make way!" she cried. "He's trying to—"
"That girl stole from me," yelled Pellinore. "Grab her!"
A hand caught hold of Una's sleeve, jerking her to a halt. Other hands grabbed her, holding her in place.
"No!"
she screamed.
"You don't understand."
"Thank you," said Pellinore, jogging the last few steps. The wound in his side seemed to be completely gone, if it had ever been there in the first place. "I will take it from here." He took hold of Una's arms, dragging her away.
"No," she
repeated.
"I have to get to the king."
"What's going on here?" came a strong male voice. Pellinore stopped trying to drag Una away, and the crowd parted to see several Roman soldiers standing nearby. They were led by one who clearly outranked the others, based on his headgear. He must have been the one who spoke.
"None of your concern, Centurion," said Pellinore,
taking a calmer, more polite approach.
"This little girl just tried to steal from me."
"You're right, that isn't my concern," said the Roman. "But I've been informed to take you before the tribune. He wants to speak with you concerning today's disturbance." Pellinore paused, thinking it through.
"What of the girl?"
"If you want justice, then take her with you. You know very well that we are in charge of a discipline for crimes committed in the city while on your watch."
"Of course,"
said Pellinore, trying to sound civil, though his face betrayed him.
"I will go to him as soon as I can."
"You will go with us now," said the Roman. A tension hung in the air as Pellinore faced down the centurion. Were the soldiers tightening their grip on their weapons?
"Very well," said Pellinore,
looking annoyed but reasonable.
"Lead the way."
"No, don't take me away. I have to warn Arthur. He wants to kill him."
Una pointed at Pellinore. "Explain it to the tribune," said the centurion. "Don't bother me with conspiracies."
"But—"
"Another word and I will have you gagged." Una went silent as Pellinore led her forward, his vice-like grip on her arm never lessening. The Romans surrounded them as they walked through the city, away from Arthur and away from safety. Chapter 8. She continued to say nothing as they trudged along. Perhaps this could be her chance. This way she could speak to someone with real authority in the city, tell them what Pellinore was planning to do. And this way, Pellinore would not be able to silence her without the Romans asking some serious questions. She was, for the moment, safe. But that did not stop her from worrying. The man Pellinore had dispatched to kill Arthur was still out there, which would probably explain why the would-be king looked so calm as he led Una with an iron grip on her shoulder. He knew that his purposes were proceeding without him. The Romans led them deeper into the city,
past the churchyard where the sword had once stood embedded in the stone. Oh, she hoped Arthur would be safe. Surely Ector and Kay could protect him if need be. It wasn't long before they arrived at a large stone building that sat alongside the river. The stone bricks were enormous. It must have taken some incredible engineering to stack one on top of each other. The entire building was solid, like not even the worst wind or earthquake would even upset it. The Romans led them inside. There, in a large courtroom, stood a man who had to be the tribune. His armor was practical, though far more richly gilded and polished than that of the other Romans. And unlike them, he did not wear his helmet, allowing his free-flowing black locks to hang around his ears. As they approached, he regarded them from a large stone chair, his eyes taking a particular interest in Una. "My lord Tribune," said the centurion, clapping his heels together. "You may go, Vitus," said the tribune, not taking his eyes off Pellinore and Una. The centurion saluted, before retreating with the other Romans out the door. Una looked about. She could see no other Romans in the immediate vicinity, but she doubted escape would be possible. No doubt there were guards at the doors who would try to catch her if she ran. Besides, Pellinore still held her fast. "I thought we agreed," said the tribune, his tone unreadable to Una, "that you would be allowed your little games, as long as you kept them outside the city. That way the city benefits from your industry, but we avoid the hassle of sponsoring the games ourselves." "You forget, Lucius," said Pellinore icily, "that Britain is no longer under Roman control. You forfeited that when you took all your legions from the country and left us to the Saxon dogs. Therefore I need not answer to you." "And yet you still came when I called," said the tribune, Lucius. He said it coolly, seeming not to recognize Pellinore's insolence. For a moment they just stared at each other, as if to see which would give in first. Two immovable pillars of their ideals, and Una felt herself grow increasingly uneasy. What could a girl like her do if caught between two stones? "We did agree that a peaceful transaction was in both of our best interest," said Pellinore, finally breaking the silence. Despite giving in first, his voice did not waver. In fact, he seemed completely at ease. "Then why," the man rose to his feet, "were the streets suddenly flooded with rioters and parades of people running up and down the city, saying that a new king had been found?" "The old sword in the stone," said Pellinore. "Someone has pulled it out." The tribune's eyes twinkled. "And it wasn't you, was it?" He phrased it like a question, but Una could see the mirth in his face. He already knew everything. "No, Lucius," said Pellinore, his face darkening, but he said nothing more. "I'm sure that eats at your soul," said the Roman with a bright smile. "Few people know as well as I do how dearly you wish to become king of the Britons." "I wish only to unite them against our common enemy." "Is that so? And if we defeated the Saxons, what would happen next? Would you turn on your allies? Would you drive the last of us out of British lands?" "The Romans have brought industry and prosperity wherever they go," said Pellinore, though he said it somewhat stiffly. "Most would welcome your return." "I wonder," said Lucius, stroking his chin. "Nevertheless, you have broken your vow that there would be no chaos within the city." "It was hardly a situation under my—" The tribune raised a hand, and Pellinore fell silent. "That was not our agreement. You said you would keep the peace, and you have failed to do so. As such, I am hereby canceling the remainder of your games, and issuing an order for all visitors to leave the capital." Pellinore set his jaw. He did not verbally protest, but Una could tell he was not happy about being thrown out of Londinium. "I will give you 2 days to comply," said the tribune. "I am leaving for Rome soon, and I intend to leave this place quiet before I do. No chaos, no rabble. Is that understood?" Pellinore paused, and Una winced as his grip on her shoulder tightened. Finally he said, "You do not own Londinium." "No, but I do own you, don't I, Pellinore?" Lucius let out a small smile. "I wonder what your fellow Britons would think if they knew you were consorting with Romans. I'm sure many could care less, and some might even think an alliance with us is advantageous. Bring back the glory days of Britain, so to speak. But others? King Lot, for example?" Pellinore ground his teeth so hard Una could hear it. "Very well," he said. "I will end the tournament and send everyone home." "There, that wasn't hard," said the tribune. "There's potential for you, Pellinore. It is my intention to become governor of these provinces, or what's left of them. Rome is in a precarious position right now, but with the right people out of the way, and some key victories here and there against the barbarians, I could move even higher up the ranks. And there would be a place in such an order for a man like you. A very rich place." Pellinore was still, but didn't seem to protest. Lucius smiled and returned to his seat. "Now tell me, who is this young girl you brought with you?" "She assaulted me, my lord, just before you sent for me." The corner of the tribune's mouth curled in amusement. "This girl assaulted you? What did she do, stub your big toe?" "She—" Pellinore trailed off. Una knew what he was thinking. He couldn't tell the tribune that she had stabbed him, because there was no evidence of a wound other than a tear in his clothing. He would probably go back to his story that she tried to steal from him. "I suspect witchcraft, tribune," he said after a moment's thought. Una's head whipped around to stare up at the man. Witchcraft? She hadn't expected that. "Is that so?" replied the tribune, looking at her more closely. "Indeed. She stabbed me with a sword, but in the next moment I was healed." Lucius regarded both of them. "Or it could be that she never stabbed you at all, and you're just making all of this up. Why would she heal you if she had wanted you dead?" "I swear on my life, tribune, it did happen. I suspect she might not be fully aware of her capabilities." This was insane. She didn't have magic. Magic took years to learn, and only a few people ever achieved mastery of it. At least, that was according to the stories. If Una hadn't seen a dragon with her own eyes, she might have doubted that magic existed at all. And yet, Una had to admit, accusing her of witchcraft was a brilliant move on Pellinore's part. Romans were highly suspicious of magic wielders. Rumor was they had attacked Avalon long ago, but had not come out victorious. And then there were other rumors about one witch that went rogue. Even without proof, which was hard to come by in the first place, the Romans might not let her go. She had to find a way out.
"Pellinore's plotting to kill the new king," said Una hastily.
I heard him talking with a man, sending him on an assassination mission."
"Indeed? And what do you have to say about that, Pellinore?" said the tribune. "I think the girl would say anything to excuse her actions." "Perhaps. In all honesty, I do not care what happens in your petty squabbles for lordship, just as long as you do not turn against us."
"But,"
Una protested, "if this new king cannot avoid the occasional assassination attempt, then he does not deserve the title. I myself have survived 3. Una went silent.
But he pulled the sword from the stone."
"More trickery, it would seem. But, Pellinore, you do realize that as a Briton, your first rule of law would go to your king, before I would weigh in on your personal problems. Why don't you ask him for judgment?" "I hardly think the boy would welcome such a—" "I'll tell you what," the tribune interrupted. "I'll hold the girl in one of our local prisons. We have one not far from here, usually intended for debtors, but it will hold her. And you go ask this King Arthur," he said the words with some sarcasm, "for his word concerning this girl and her assault on your life."
"Yes, get Arthur to come. He would sort this all out. Tell them that they had made a terrible mistake. And with the tribune holding her, she was safe from any attempts on her life." But when she looked up at Pellinore, she found him smiling, and her face fell. What was he smiling about?
"I will go straight away," he said. "See that you do. Of course, should the king not be available, I will have no choice but to sentence the girl myself. I have often wondered what makes these witches tick. With her in our custody, perhaps we can pry it out of her." Pellinore nodded. "A fitting fate. If such were to happen, can I have your confidence that you and your lands will continue to ally with the last legion?" "Indeed, my lord tribune," said Pellinore, still grinning. Now she understood. Pellinore had no intention of actually asking Arthur for his help in determining her innocence. He would find Arthur, kill him, and then Una would likely die as well, or rot in some Roman dungeon somewhere until she expired. As Lucius signaled for the guards to return, Pellinore released her, handing her off to their iron grips.
"No, please," she said. "He's going to kill Arthur."
The tribune said no more as the guards dragged her off, with Pellinore watching them go. Chapter 9.
"The girl's gone," said Kay as he slipped back into the door. "But she didn't take the sword with her. I found it lying on the ground beside the stables." Arthur looked from Kay to Hector. "That's not right. She wouldn't just leave. She wanted my help with something." He couldn't tell them about Castle Selene yet. He wouldn't betray her confidence.
"Well, it appears she has," said Hector. "Very well. There's nothing more to do but prepare ourselves. We'll leave at midnight."
"What, tonight?" said Kay, his voice high-pitched. "Can't it wait until we get some rest?"
"I fear we might all be in danger," said Hector, running a hand over his mustache. Arthur looked at him, his brow furrowed.
"What do you mean?"
Hector met his eyes, his face a grim mask. Then he walked over to the corner where Arthur sat, and knelt next to him. "Son, I don't know everything that is going to happen, but I know that not everyone will accept you as king." Arthur chilled.
"I'm not sure I even want anyone to make me king. If someone else wants the job, I'll gladly pass it on."
With a sigh, Hector placed his hands on Arthur's shoulders. I know it's probably overwhelming for you, lad. Heavens, even I've fantasized of pulling that sword loose, but I never actually thought it would be me, or that I could govern a bunch of feudal lords. The fact is, even with the blessing of the sword, it will take more to convince others to join you.
But I just said I don't want that. I don't even want this sword. You can have it.
He lifted the sword wrapped in leather, offering it to his stepfather. Hector rose to his feet, visibly recoiling from his offer. No, you can't give it to anyone. Not anyone, do you understand?
Why not? I don't know anything about being a king.
That sword in the wrong hands could spell disaster for our nation. It was meant to come to you, and king or not, you must keep it.
I'm with him, said Kay, indicating Arthur. Let someone else keep the sword. Someone more worthy.
Normally, Arthur would have retorted, but in that moment he agreed. He certainly wasn't worthy of such a weapon, not to mention the mantle it brought with it. Listen to me. Hector raised his voice. Both of you. Do you think this sword could be drawn from the stone by happenstance? Do you think we know better than the enchantments that have held it in place for so long? No. Whether you like it or not, Arthur, you are the true king of all Britain. You may be young yet, but I know you're already far more learned than many others of your station. With some time and training, you will make a fine king. Arthur stared at the ground. All he wanted to do was throw the sword away.
He didn't want to be king. Perhaps he would give it away. Pellinore, perhaps. He would make a better king than Arthur any day.
His thoughts came back to reality as Hector knelt next to him, but not so as to talk to him. He really knelt, with one knee on the floor, his head bowed, and his left hand resting on the pommel of his sword.
Father, said Arthur, inching away from him, you don't have to.
I'm not your father, said Hector, but I'm proud that you would call me so. Long ago I made a promise that I would protect you and raise you like my own. I hope I have not failed you in that. The sword cannot lie. You are the true king, and I pledge my loyalty to you. Kay was completely aghast, his mouth hanging open, speechless as he watched his father bend the knee to Arthur.
Hector,
said Arthur, pushing himself to his feet and grabbing his stepfather by the arms.
Please get up. It isn't right that you should bow before me.
Oh, you still have much to learn, said Hector, rising to his feet. You may be a king now in title, but I will ensure that you live to become a king at heart. This was all wrong.
Did no one care what he wanted? If he truly was a king, then why couldn't he make the decision to not be a king? People could respect that, right?
A knock sounded on the door. Instantly, everyone tensed, even Arthur. The last thing he needed was another person pledging their loyalty to him. But he frowned as he saw Hector placing his right hand on his sword, readying himself to draw it forward. Was he worried? Hector had said it would be dangerous to remain in the city. Perhaps anyone could be a threat. Arthur gripped the leather-covered sword a little more tightly. "Who is it?" asked Hector.
"Just the barkeep,"
said a muffled voice.
"I came to see if you wanted some bread and cheese. I know you probably need something before your journey."
"You know we're leaving?" asked Hector, his eyes narrowing.
"It made sense after I heard what happened," he said. "If you have a problem, I'll just lay this basket here, and you can pick it up."
Hector glanced at Arthur before responding. "All right." There was a soft brushing noise of the barkeep placing the basket by their door, then footfalls as they listened to him retreat down the stairs. When he was gone, Hector slowly released the latch. Immediately, the door burst inward, knocking Ector backwards into the bed behind him. He lost his grip on his sword pommel and tumbled to one side. In sprang a tall man cloaked in black, a hood covering his face. He was followed by two others, similarly clothed. All three had swords, and their eyes quickly found Arthur. Kay leapt to his feet, but it was already too late. One of the men had moved forward with lightning speed, knocking Kay on the head enough that he fell back to his bed. Arthur scrambled. By the time he was on his feet, the three men would be on top of him. Ector was still recovering from falling over the bed, and Kay was out of the picture. The first man to enter the room lunged at him. He bore the largest weapon, a broadsword Arthur would have envied had his life not been in danger. He raised it over his head and brought it swiftly downward, ready to cleave Arthur open from skull to navel. Without thinking, Arthur raised the still leather-bound sword upward in a futile attempt to shield himself. The broadsword clanged and vibrated as it hit Arthur's sword. It cut straight through the leather to reveal a shining portion of the sword beneath, but the force of the cut had been negligible. In fact, it was almost as if Arthur hadn't even felt the blow. Somehow the sword had shrugged it off like it was nothing, absorbing all of the impact without throwing Arthur backward. For a moment, he simply stared at the sword. Did it have some kind of power beyond the strange magic that had kept it in the stone? The assassin hesitated, but only for a moment. In the next breath, he pulled his broadsword backwards and prepared to strike by stabbing at Arthur. But by that point, Ector was back. One of the three men cried out as Ector's sword impaled him from behind. The other turned to face the new threat, but the first kept his gaze on Arthur, bringing his sword forward to strike. Arthur rolled out of the way, using his momentum to rise to his knees. He brought the leather-wrapped sword up to block a third attack by the man. Like before, the impact was lessened, and the broadsword shook as it collided with the sword from the stone. Quickly undoing the ties, Arthur released the leather that wrapped his sword. Ector was still dueling with one of the other men, which left Arthur to deal with this one. His sword gleamed in the candlelight as it came out of its wrappings. The man hissed, and he immediately swung at Arthur. This time, Arthur didn't bother to dodge. His instinct from years of training with Ector and Kay took hold, and he countered by bringing the sword up to meet the man's attack. The blade sliced through the broadsword like it was made of butter, a perfectly clean cut. The broken half clattered to the ground away from the man, who stared wide-eyed at the remaining hilt. Even the second assailant paused as he saw what had been done. That hesitation was the end of him. Ector ran his sword through the assassin's belly, causing him to double over, fall to the ground, and lie still. That left only the first assassin, with nothing but a broken sword. Ector lunged at him, but the man managed to catch Ector's weapon with the crossguard of his shattered broadsword. Then he spun around Ector, ducked his next attack, and ran from the room. "He will be back," said Ector in a breathless rush, not bothering to follow. Instead, he started gathering what food they had and wrapping it in a pouch. "You'll have to leave the city on your own."
"What?" said Arthur. "I can't possibly—"
"And I can't carry Kay on my back," said Ector, pointing at the unconscious Kay. "We will only slow you down. You have to get out of the city and as far away as you can. I'll try to find you, but you can't go back to Reged either."
"Why not?"
"Because people know you're from there. They will come looking for you. Assassins like these ones."
"But where will I go?"
Arthur asked frantically. How had things gone from normal to chaos in so short a time? Ector's face was not reassuring. "I don't know, son, but I will find you, and whatever you do, keep that sword safe." Without pausing for another word, Hector grabbed Arthur by the hand and all but dragged him downstairs. The few that were still up started as they pushed their way past, Arthur still carrying his gleaming sword behind him. When they exited and made their way around to the stables, Hector quickly prepped his own horse and made sure it was laden with enough supplies for a few days. Then he helped Arthur climb on top, securing the sword along with the rest of the provisions.
Hector,
said Arthur, his eyes beginning to sting.
I can't.
Yes, you can, said Hector. You are the king. And with that simple statement, he slapped the horse along the rump. It raced forward, and Arthur clutched at its mane, barely holding on as the horse sped out of the stable yard, into the street, and out towards the gate to the city.
What was he going to do? Many of the people here wanted him as king,
but apparently another group wanted him dead.
How could he even survive as a king when others constantly tried to assassinate him?
Perhaps he should disappear, find a way to hide from all who either wanted him to be king or wanted him dead. Surely there were places across the channel where he could stay unnoticed by most. Word might travel that someone had pulled the sword from the stone, but no one would know it was him. Yes, he had to get away from all of it. People like Pellinore had already done a great job of uniting the lords. Arthur would leave them to that work. They would do better than he. He thought of Hector and what it would mean to leave his stepfather. He would survive, and Kay would continue to grow in prowess and stature without Arthur's influence. He'd probably prefer it that way. Sure, Hector would probably search for him, but if he could stay away from his family, the more they would be protected from harm. He had to go off on his own. But he would take the sword with him. That much Hector had convinced him to do. He was right that the sword in the wrong hands would be abused, and there was definitely something magical about it. Arthur could use that benefit if he was setting off alone. As he passed the gate at a gallop, one thought nearly caused him to pull up short. Una. What had happened to her? Had she been taken by the same assassins who had attacked him and his family? Worry creased his forehead. He should go back. He had to search for her, find out if she was still dead or alive. If she still lived, she was likely in danger. But so was he. He'd only barely survived this assassination attempt, and only because Hector had been around to help. If he went back, he might not live.
I'm sorry, Una,
he said, and heeled his horse to run faster. Perhaps he would be back one day to find her, if she survived. Perhaps. Una lay in her cell, stretched out against the lumpy dirt floor. She'd been here for over a day, and worry consumed her. Where was Arthur? Dead? Or worse? She could not imagine that option. If he was dead, she'd lost her only friend in the city, the only one who could get her out, and eventually help her free her family from the dragon, if they even lived as well. Everyone in her life was gone, and there was no knowing if any of them would ever come back. Footsteps came down the stone steps outside her cell. Instantly, she was up and clutching at the bars. Was it Arthur? It was not Arthur, but a Roman guard. He had with him a small scroll of parchment. Without bothering to see if she was listening, the guard opened the scroll and began to read. From his honor, the tribune, it would appear your king has abandoned you. As such, it falls to me to execute your sentence. For general foolery and suspicion of witchcraft, the young maiden Una is hereby sentenced to no less than 10 years' imprisonment, without possibility of release. In 10 years' time, a council appointed by the tribune will convene to decide further sentencing, if any. In the meantime, steps will be taken to determine the nature of her sorcery,
and prevent it from doing any further harm.
No. The message hit Una like a blow. She collapsed backwards onto the dirt floor.
You cannot just leave me here!
But the guard did not answer. He only rolled up the parchment and proceeded back up the stairs to freedom above, while Una sat deep underground in a hole dug for criminals. But she wasn't a criminal. All she wanted was to get out and help her family. But now, such a thing would be impossible. Her breath began coming in short gasps and in rapid succession. She struggled to breathe, falling so her back was against the ground. She was going to die in this place, whether it was today, tomorrow, or in years' time. Even when the 10 years were over, there was little chance anyone would let her go. Suspicion of witchcraft was enough to keep her locked up for as long as she lived, if they didn't kill her for it. And she couldn't guarantee they wouldn't do that eventually. Her breathing came faster and faster, and her vision wavered in front of her. Then something took hold of her mind, an emotion almost like a presence. It clamped down on her anxiety, and her breathing began to normalize. A hardness spread through her chest, a new persona taking over. And somehow, it brought with it a will to survive. She would stay here for now, but she would get out. One day she would escape, and she would make the people who sent her here pay for what they'd done. She would find Pellinore, she would find Lucius, and they would suffer. Even Arthur, if he was still alive, would feel her wrath for abandoning him. Him, the dragon, they would all suffer. One day.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jason Hamilton. I'm the author of the book that you're listening to right now. It'll get right back into it in just a second, but I wanted to invite you to a special VIP club. I call it the Knights of the Round Table, the modern Knights of the Round Table, if you will, where you can come in and interact directly with me on a weekly basis. It's a very small fee. At this point, it will be going up in the very near future, but this group essentially will allow you to get all of my books for free when you sign up. So you'll get all of my ebooks and you'll get all of the audiobooks that I've produced so far. There's a couple of other goodies available in there if you want to check that out. So I would strongly recommend you check out the group. Come and join an amazing community all about this whole fantasy world. A King Revealed, Part 2. I had originally ended the story where it was, but got a few complaints from people who hated the cliffhanger and wanted to know more about what happens to Arthur immediately after he flees Londinium. So I wrote a part 2, documenting some of the reasons why Arthur originally didn't want to be king, a topic that I plan to explore further in a future series.
Chapter 10. Arthur and his horse tore through the forest north of Londinium, the young boy gripping a sword wrapped in leather that, earlier that day, he had pulled from the stone. And now everyone wanted to kill him for it. Ignoring the branches and brambles as they scraped and clawed at his face, he struggled to keep his breathing steady as he clutched the leather-wrapped sword to his chest. Breathe in, a sapling to the face. Breathe out, the bitter air biting. Breathe in. He continued north, cutting through the forest off the path. He could not be seen on any public roads, or they might find him. On the other hand, these woods are slowing him down, and he had no idea the capabilities of his pursuer. All he wanted was to live a peaceful life at his home, enjoying a cabin by the lake, with the local shepherd's daughter to wife. Instead, his entire world had been turned upside down. Now he was a king, the sword in his arms irrefutable proof, at least to his foster father Ector, that he was the successor of Uther Pendragon. No, Arthur was Ector's son, no matter what anybody said. Uther hadn't raised him, hadn't trained him in the sword, hadn't been there the first time he broke his arm, or the first time he scored a bullseye at the archery range. Arthur pulled his horse to a slow stop, his breath misting in front of him as he breathed in and out. In and out. He just wanted to go home. Just go home and sit near the lake, forget about everything that had happened, and maybe catch a fish or two. But he couldn't do that, could he? He turned to look back the way he came, nothing but snowy darkness greeting him. Yet in the stillness, Arthur thought he could hear voices in the distance. Those wouldn't be his attackers, he thought. Whoever had attacked him that night had been a professional. But Arthur had to believe that he had outrun the man by now, assuming it was a man. He looked forward again. Instinctively, he had headed north. After all, that was where his home lay. However, that is exactly where his attackers might look for him. They knew where he was from. They would lie in wait, perhaps even take Ector and Kay as hostages, until they could find him and force him to relinquish the sword. Arthur could not let that happen. As long as he stayed out of his enemy's hands, Ector and Kay would likely be safe. He had to travel somewhere else, anywhere but north. He wheeled the horse about, not thinking exactly where he would go. Instead, he urged the gelding forward, not retracing his exact steps, but moving back at an angle. He did his best to steer clear of the voices he had heard earlier, and this time did not urge the horse to a gallop. Wherever he was heading, it wouldn't do to run in fear. He had to maintain control. Arthur continued that way for some time until he reached the road. By then, his hair was damp with fallen snow, and already the cold bit at his exposed face. But he could not stop. The moonlight shone just enough for him to get a clear picture of the path. He saw no one, though the shadows of the trees could conceal many. Gently patting his horse, he crossed the road at a slow pace, trying to make as little sound as possible. Soon he was on the other side, continuing his journey through the underbrush and low-hanging branches. A rapid flutter of wings made his heart jump all the way into his throat. At first, all reason left, and he braced himself to face some unseen attacker. But the fluttering soon died, and he was able to locate its source. A large raven stood in a tree just ahead, staring down its long black beak at him. The light of the moon gleamed in its eyes, and it made Arthur swallow. "Get out of here," said Arthur, before clapping his hands to his mouth. He couldn't make any noise, not this close to Londinium. The raven did not move. It merely cocked its head and continued staring. Arthur rolled his shoulders and hurriedly urged the horse forward again. He wasn't sure what it was, but something about this place made him decisively uneasy. Of course, there were people after his life, but it was more than that. There was a sense of anticipation that he did not like. It was almost as if the forest itself was waiting for something. There was one surprising source of warmth: the sword that he held to his chest. This wasn't a physical warmth, but more like a manifestation of hope. Something about holding it, even wrapped as it was in leather, felt like it grounded him. It was the one source of light in all the darkness. If he didn't know better, he would say there was magic at work here. Merlin would know what to do. Merlin, his mentor, knew many things about magic, though he rarely said much about it. Yet there had been times when Arthur had trained at his feet, and it seemed as though he had become one with the animals in the forest where Merlin dwelt, where he would soar above the trees as a falcon, swim in the river as a fish, or zip through the trees as an agile squirrel. None of that actually happened, of course, but there were times that Merlin helped him believe it. That feeling was what pervaded him now, although this time it was much darker. Wrapped in his thoughts, Arthur almost didn't notice that the river lay just ahead of them until it was too late. He pulled the horse to a halt and barely stopped himself from flying forward into the river itself. Glancing to his left, he thought he could see the faint glimmer of candles and campfires coming from the city. Yet ahead of him lay nothing but the reflection of moonlight on water. He hadn't thought this through. Of course, the river would be a significant barrier to him and his horse, especially in this chill. He was sure that the horse could wade the water, but the tide was high, and it would be strenuous work. Not to mention the cold might just about kill them both. Well, he supposed that meant he could only go west, follow the river until it was narrower, or until he reached the bridge. He hoped that wouldn't be necessary, though. People were probably watching the bridges. He turned the horse to his right and led it along the bank. A sudden flutter of wings told him that the raven had arrived again. Arthur swiveled his head to catch sight of it in a tree, farther away this time, simply observing.
"Merlin, where are you?"
Arthur muttered under his breath, as he and the horse continued forward. He did not like this one bit. Ravens had always been associated with foul wizardry and bad luck, but Arthur had never thought one intelligent enough to be an obstacle until tonight. But he had a feeling that it was spying on him, or somehow revealing his location to others, as absurd as that sounded. There was nothing to do but ignore the bird and continue on.
"I knew you would come to the river."
Arthur nearly fell off his horse at the sound of the raspy voice wavering through the trees. The raven crowed and flew high in the sky in a flurry of wings. A dark figure emerged from the trees and stood blocking Arthur's path. The hood was up, and in the dim light Arthur could make out nothing of the man's features, but there was something familiar in his build and posture. The man held a sword in one hand, a broadsword, just like the one held by Arthur's assassin. Arthur swallowed. The man took a step forward.
"You never have to be stronger or faster, just smarter."
Arthur reined in his horse so as to take a few steps back, but the man in black continued his slow stride forward.
"You cannot run any more."
Arthur turned to see another man, shorter than the first, appear as if out of nowhere from behind. The forest to his right was lush with overgrowth, which meant he couldn't go that way, and the river was about as wide and deep as he had seen it anywhere. They had planned this ambush perfectly. Pressing his lips together as though his tongue had turned to ice, Arthur said nothing, but merely wrapped one hand around the leather-covered pommel of the sword he had pulled from the stone. Something about that gave him courage. He had not pulled it forth, survived everything that this night had thrown at him, only to die here on the side of a river. Without another word, Arthur pulled the horse's reins to the left and kicked the creature with all of his might.
"So sorry about this, my friend,"
he whispered, leaning into the horse's ear. "But I have to save both of our lives tonight." The two men in black converged, but it was too late. With the wet slosh, horse and rider entered the frigid water together. Arthur thought he might just stopped breathing. The water was that cold. Though his head remained above the choppy river, he gasped for air. The horse whinnied, and Arthur could already feel the pull of the river's current dragging them away. In one hand he held aloft the sword, still covered in leather, but pointing ahead towards the opposite bank. That odd beacon of hope seemed to guide the horse forward, struggling and squirming to find leverage, without finding it. Yet still together they fought forward, braving the cold until at last Arthur felt his horse's hooves push against something solid. Shouts echoed from behind, and Arthur turned to see the two men in a small paddle boat, nearly caught up with them. They truly had planned for everything. "Sorry, old boy," said Arthur, patting the horse's flank aggressively. "We can't stop hit—" He cut off, as a mountain of pain blossomed in his right shoulder. Bowing his head, his eyes widened to see the glistening red tip of an arrow protruding there. They had shot him! He nearly slid off his horse, but caught himself just in time, crying out as the tensing of his muscles created a new wave of pain. "Go! Go!" he yelled out loud, kicking his horse forward with all his might. The animal seemed to leap forward, perhaps sensing Arthur's fear. It dived into the trees on the far side of the river. He didn't dare look back again for fear of losing his balance and falling into the snow, where they would doubtless find him, or he would freeze to death if they didn't. His eyes locked onto the next set of trees ahead, and he focused on nothing else. Together he and the horse dived into the darkness, ignoring the cuts and bruises from all the branches that flew past them. The horse jumped again, only this time it was not from fear or velocity, but because its hooves had run into another obstacle. Before Arthur could make out what it was, he was thrown head over heels into a mess of cloth and timber. Pain lanced through his shoulder, and he thought for a moment that he would pass out. Shouts echoed all around him, and it was only then that he noticed the torchlight surrounding his body. Someone grabbed his arms and dragged him up, a burly man with jet-black hair.
"That was my tent, you piece of—"
he said, nearly throwing Arthur back before apparently catching sight of the arrow in Arthur's shoulder, or the pool of blood in the snow beneath where he had landed. Arthur struggled to maintain his balance, but was nearly knocked to the ground again as his horse rose to its feet in a frenzy. 3 more men appeared and worked to hold the beast down.
"Please help me," said Arthur. "They're attacking me."
"Who's attacking you?"
said the man with the dark hair.
"Oh, for crying out loud, Asger," said another man. "Would you look at the poor boy? He's bleeding and half frozen. He needs a healer."
"Lot will want to see him,"
said another.
"The men," said Arthur.
"There are no men, laddie," said the second man. Everything blurred in Arthur's vision, as he was half led, half dragged towards the center of this encampment. He blinked to get a good look at his surroundings, noticing dozens of men in all sorts of styles. Some wore armor, others were dressed plainly in wool and furs. Most were looking in Arthur's direction, probably wondering how such a young boy could have caused so much mayhem. He could see no sign of the 2 men that had attacked him, though they had been wearing cloaks, so really they could be anyone. As they dragged him towards a larger tent, a man appeared from beneath the flap and walked up to him. He was tall like all these men seemed to be, broad-shouldered and well-muscled beneath his woolen cloak. His long black hair fell down around his face in waves as he looked upon Arthur for the first time. His eyes gazed at the sword Arthur still clutched to his chest, then back up at Arthur. Something akin to recognition graced his face, and his eyes widened ever so slightly. Then the expression was gone, and he faced the others.
"This boy needs help. Take him to my tent."
The 2 hauled Arthur forward with a jolt that sent his head spinning. For a moment the world reeled around him, and his grip tightened on the leather-bound object in his hands. He clenched his teeth and tried to breathe through the pain. It was no use. He could feel himself blacking out again. All collapsed into darkness once more as Arthur felt hands pulling at him. He had no energy left in him to fight them off, so he let them drag him where they would. Chapter 11. The next thing he knew, there was the aroma of sweet tea. His body was warm, comfortable, and he very nearly fell asleep again. Then the memory of what had happened flooded back to him in a rush. His eyes popped open, and he took in the room. He was lying under a collection of furs gathered together in the center of a large tent. The walls were made from a light material, and daylight flooded in from outside. By the nature of the light, the sun had already been high for many hours. The night had gone.
Instinctively, he brought his hands to his chest to feel for the leather-bound sword, and when he did not find it, he nearly stumbled over himself trying to rise. "Hold, young Arthur," said a voice to the side. Arthur turned to see the man with long black hair sitting on a small stump. "The sword is safe, and waiting for you to take possession of it." Arthur followed the man's gaze to the back of the tent, where the sword lay on top of a collection of clothes. His clothes, Arthur realized. Looking down, he realized what he wore now was a loose but clean outfit, and that the wound in his shoulder had been washed and bandaged. "Who are you?" said Arthur. The corners of the man's mouth rose upward slightly. "My name is Lot. I am your brother." Arthur nearly stumbled over himself again. "Yes, I thought that might get your attention," he said, "though not by blood. Morgause, your eldest sister, is my wife." Arthur sat back, the thought nearly overwhelming him. He had a sister? I don't know what to say. I never knew I even had a sister until now." "You did not know who you were before you took the sword?" Lot's eyes stared at him keenly. Arthur shook his head. "I didn't even think I was noble-born. Sir Ector raised me as his son, but I never thought I was of equal status as my brother Kay. I never wanted to be." "And yet—" Lot glanced at the back of the tent where Arthur's sword lay. "The sword would not lie." Arthur stared at the furs that covered his lower body as though he might light them on fire. After a moment's reflection, he raised his head to look back at Lot. "Are you going to try and take it from me too?" Lot met his eyes, but said nothing, and Arthur tensed as the stillness seemed to envelop him. Then Lot shook his head. "If I were king, the others would likely start a war to stop me. I am better suited as a powerful ally against whoever it is that wants to kill you." A spike of fear ran through Arthur as he remembered the man in black that had tried to kill him, and the wound in his shoulder seemed to flare up. "Did you find him?" Lot shook his head. "Whoever it was is coming. He fled back to the river before any of my men could find him. But we did find evidence of a man following you. He left tracks in the snow." "I need to get out of here," said Arthur. "He'll be back for me soon, especially now that he knows I'm here." "You'll be safe here," said Lot. "What you need is a day or two of rest. Then you can take your horse and go. He's being fed and rested as we speak." Arthur paused, looking at this man in a new light. Could he help? Would he really sacrifice security just to help Arthur, a brother he never met? "Thank you," said Arthur. "I appreciate your hospitality." "Of course," Lot continued. "You're welcome to come with us. The Orcades Islands of the north are remote and defensible. You would be safe there, and you could visit your sister and nephews." Arthur's eyes widened. "I have nephews?" Boys his age were not supposed to have nephews. Lot laughed, a deep, throaty laugh. "Indeed, your sister is tending the youngest of them, little Gareth, which is why she was unable to accompany me here. Gawain is the oldest, only a year or two younger than yourself, though he chose to stay behind as well. The lad thinks little of tournaments, though thankfully he has a vengeful spirit to counter this. Argovale is the second oldest, and he's here with me. You can meet him later if you want." "I would," said Arthur, bobbing his head. There was so much to process right now. Perhaps Orcades Islands would be suitable for him. They were remote enough to remain hidden, but Lot could defend it if necessary. It would at least give him time to understand what to do with the sword, what to do with this new position that everyone expected him to fill. "Then you will consider coming with me," said Lot. Arthur slowly nodded his head once more.
I think that might be a good option for me. At least for now."
"Very good," said Lot, his face giving away nothing. "I will inform the others. Agravain will be excited to have someone else to spar with." Arthur could feel the excitement building in himself. "I look forward to meeting him." Suddenly, Lot stood. "I think you should rest for the remainder of the day. There are but a few hours till sundown in any case. I will ask the cook to make you a meal fit for myself." Then Lot left before Arthur had a chance to say thank you once more. He settled himself back into the warm furs and let his mind wander. Lot was nowhere near what he expected. From what he had heard from Ector or from Merlin, Lot was a cold man, caring little about the events of the world from his isolated kingdom in the north. And yes, the man was a little upfront and blunt, but that could easily come from isolated living. Arthur saw nothing that would explain the caution that his foster father and mentor had measured. He took his meal in silence, thinking over the events of the day, before settling back and resting once more. For once, he had no desire to do anything but eat and sleep, though he would have loved to see his nephew Agravain. But Lot had not returned with his son. Perhaps the following day. Soon, Arthur laid back and found himself drifting off into what was, finally, a restful sleep. His eyes fluttered awake, and the entire camp was still dark. It was clearly night-time, though a full moon illuminated the space in front of the tent. Someone had left the tent flap open, and a chill breeze tousled Arthur's hair. That must have been what had woken him. Then something moved in the darkness. Arthur stiffened, every instinct screaming at him to sit perfectly still. Whatever it was moved again, and this time Arthur could make it out. It was the raven. At least he assumed it was the same raven that had spied on him the previous night. Could this thing have anything to do with his attacker? Waving at it fiercely, Arthur tried to scare it off. He had the uncomfortable feeling that the bird was spying on him. Thankfully, the raven flew off without much trouble, and Arthur breathed a sigh of relief. Then something else moved in the darkness. Something bigger. Arthur reached back for his sword, feeling his heart pounding in his chest. Slowly he unwrapped it from its leather bindings. Then he heard a voice that filled him with dread. "So you're awake, then?" A man stepped forward into view, and Arthur recognized him as the same assassin who had tried to kill him only hours before. "Foolish boy. You should know by now that I always complete my job, which means that Pellinor always gets what he wants." Arthur went to raise his sword, barely managing to swing it forward in the same moment that the assassin leapt forward. The man's knees pinned Arthur's torso to the ground, and he groaned as the weight of the man collided with his chest. The sword went flying. Then the assassin brought his hand up, clutching a knife. Arthur struggled for all he was worth, but the man had an iron grip on him. He could feel something sharp pressing against his neck, and knew that he would be dead before much longer if this continued. The spray of something warm hit Arthur's face, and the assassin gasped. Protruding from his chest was a long, thin sword, which slowly protracted as the impaled assassin slumped to the side, freeing Arthur. The warm spray on his face had been the assassin's blood. His breath coming in ragged gasps, Arthur stared ahead at his rescuer. There stood Lot, silhouetted by the moonlight, holding the bloodied sword in one hand. Arthur breathed a sigh of relief. He really was going to be safe with his brother-in-law after all. With a deep breath, he set his sword back down on the ground and rose to his feet. "I can't thank you enough. I don't know how we got here through all of your men, but if you hadn't been here—" He trailed off. Lot looked from Arthur to the dead assassin at his feet. "Yes," he said, a simple statement. "It's a shame that he got to you."
"What?" said Arthur. "Got to me how?"
Lot took one step forward. "When I arrived, the man had already slit your throat. I managed to kill him in revenge, but it was already too late. You had already bled out." Arthur took a step back as his uncle advanced, suddenly not so sure of himself.
"What are you talking about?"
"With you dead, that only left me, your kin, to kill the assassin, take the sword, and avenge your death upon the man who hired him. Pellinore." A cold shiver ran through Arthur's body that had nothing to do with the wintry night.
"No," he said. "I thought you wouldn't be like one of them."
"It's nothing personal, Arthur." Lot took another step forward. "But you must understand. That sword in the right hands will change everything." He raised one arm holding his bloodied sword, pointing it at Arthur's neck. Arthur closed his eyes, waiting for the fourth time in less than 2 days for death to arrive.
Suddenly a flurry of wings burst into the tent, and Arthur saw none else but the raven throwing itself at Lot's face. It cawed and scratched, and Lot bellowed as he tried to wave it off. Arthur did not ignore his chance. Grabbing his bare sword by the hilt, he ran barefoot into the snowy campsite, ignoring the cold as it bit into his feet. No one else was awake, save for a few guards at a distant campfire, keeping watch. But a whinny coming from the opposite direction turned Arthur's head around, and he darted toward the sound. A growl from Lot told him that the man was already in pursuit, though the crowing of the raven did not let up. Arthur must have been mistaken about that bird. He owed it his life. Hoping that the raven would hold Lot off until he could untie his horse, Arthur continued running at a breakneck speed, the sword still clutched in one hand. To his relief, the horse was tied only by the bridle to a nearby tree. With a quick swipe of the sword, Arthur severed the tie and leapt onto the back of the horse. As if sensing the urgency of the situation, the horse leaped into the air, nearly knocking Arthur off its back, and darted away at the nearest clearing. Chapter 12. Arthur clutched on for dear life, wishing he had had time to saddle the horse, or to put anything on but the nightclothes he had on. He urged the horse at a gallop for some time, until he could see the dim light of the sun rising in the east. Slowing the horse to a walk, Arthur realized his only choice was to go forward. He had no home, and not enough money for lodging elsewhere. At this point, he didn't even know where he would go. But one thing was for sure. With all of the local lords against him, it made more sense to find somewhere to lie low, or assume a false identity. He realized that he still clutched the hilt of the sword, removed of its leather wrappings now. He looked down at it, and everything that had happened to him in the last few days suddenly boiled to the surface. Scowling, he tucked it through the strap at his waist and continued on. He was beginning to freeze now. The rising sun did nothing to chill his bare toes and loose shirt. At the rate things were going, perhaps Pellinore and Lot wouldn't need to kill him themselves. He leaned forward, hugging against the warmth of the horse as he trudged on. Despite this, after a few hours his fingers quickly lost feeling, and he thought his feet might just fall off. He stopped only to let the horse rest and eat, but there was almost nothing left in the saddlebags, and sooner or later, he knew their luck would run out. He just remained determined to go forward, away from everything and everyone else. Something called in the distance, the cry of a bird. He looked up to see gulls flying overhead. His gaze followed them until he caught sight of something he did not expect to see. The deep blue of the sea. Had they come this far already?
He pulled the horse up short and slowly guided him to the edge of the cliff, white cliffs extending in either direction as far as he could see. He had never been here, but he had been traveling south all day. This had to be the channel between Britain and Gaul. Arthur nearly collapsed against his horse. This was it. He had come as far as he could go. Now what was he supposed to do? He looked down at the sword in his hands, squeezing the handle until his knuckles turned white. None of this would have happened if he had not taken this stupid sword from the stone. The blade gleamed in the sunlight and seemed to catch a hint of the ocean's color. It was so beautiful, as if it were mocking him. He should do it. He should just throw the sword into the ocean and have done with it. Then he would never have to see it again, and they can put this whole king business behind them. Perhaps he could even go home and live a normal life, away from Pellinore, Lot, and all the rest of them. Dismounting, he stood at the very edge of the cliffs, held the sword aloft, and raised his right arm high above his head, ready to cast it forth.
"I wouldn't do that, my boy," said a voice behind him. "That sword has a duty to perform before it becomes a sacrifice to the gods."
Arthur nearly jumped out of his skin. He hadn't heard anyone approach him, and nearly slid off the horse as he turned in his haste to see who had spoken. He turned to see an old man sitting to his right along the cliff, in a wooden chair with large wheels propping it up on either side. Arthur had seen such ingenious devices before, the kind used to carry rich people who no longer have use of their legs. The man was covered in multiple woolen blankets, and in his hands was a basket full of worms, alongside a wooden fishing rod. His wispy grey hair floated in the breeze, and he looked at Arthur with a pleasant expression, like he was seeing a grandson for the first time in years, rejoicing at how grown up he looked. A bird alighted along the arm of the chair, a large black bird. Arthur's eyes widened. It was the raven. Who are you?" said Arthur, watching as the old man petted the raven under its neck, and the blackbird closed its eyes in pleasure like a cat.
"Just an old man, but you can call me Bran."
"Bran," repeated Arthur. "Is that your raven?"
"I am privileged to be his friend, yes,"
the old man continued, stroking the bird's feathers. "Is that the same bird that's been following me?" said Arthur. "I think he may have saved my life."
"That may be true," said Bran. "This one is a smart one, and I reckon he knows more than this old coot. The more I live, the more I realize I don't know."
Arthur glanced at his sword. "How did you know about my sword? Are you some kind of magician?" After all, word could not have travelled as fast as that. There was no way anyone in this area knew that he had pulled the sword from the stone.
"Tell you what," said the man. "I will answer that question if you will wheel me down to the coast. There is a path about 100 yards to your left that will take you down the cliff face. Wheel me down, and we can talk while I fish."
He held up the rod and little basket of worms. Arthur stepped forward to do as asked, but stopped himself. He didn't know anything about this man, and given how much he already seemed to know about Arthur and the sword, how could Arthur know that he could be trusted? But the raven had saved Arthur's life, even though he had been distrustful of it before, and the raven seemed to trust the old man, so perhaps Arthur could give him the benefit of the doubt as well. Nodding to himself, Arthur slid the sword through the rope at his belt, tied his horse to a large stone nearby, and closed the distance between himself and Bran, rounding behind him to take control of the wooden chair from behind. The old man said nothing as Arthur brought him to the path that led downward, and Arthur had to strain himself to keep from letting the chair roll out of his grip and dumping Bran over a steep, chalky incline. Curiously, Arthur's hands and feet were beginning to feel warm again, unnaturally so, though he had to assume it came from the effort of transporting Bran. And a great effort it was, too. Despite the cold, a heavy sweat had begun to form on Arthur's brow. Was the man getting heavier? Finally, after it seemed his arms were about to fall off, Arthur finally brought the wooden chair to a level surface at the base of the cliffs, his arms just moments away from losing all strength. "Very good, young lad," said Bran. "Elaine couldn't have done it better. She's my ward, and she usually helps with this type of thing, but she's off in town at the moment." Elaine? A girl? No girl could have brought the old man and his chair down those cliffs without aid. Arthur watched as Bran impaled a worm on a hook before casting the rod forward. "So tell me," said the old man, "why does the bearer of a true sword want to get rid of it so fast?" Arthur stiffened. The man did know something. "It's not the sword I don't want," he said. "Ah," said Bran, glancing away from the ocean to look at Arthur. "The mantle, then. Yes, I could see why that would be distressing to a young lad like yourself. I take it you knew nothing of this before you took the sword?" Arthur shook his head. "I just want to go back to the lake country." "That you can't do," said Bran. "A true sword is a heavy burden, and the only way to get rid of it once and for all would be to eliminate the need for it in the first place." "Well," Arthur kicked at a pebble, "I can't exactly be expected to do that." "No? No one ever taught you to dream big, I suppose." Arthur wasn't sure whether he should be insulted or if he should agree. "Of course I dream big, but this is all of Britain that we're talking about." "And now you doubt yourself. Your country braces itself against the incoming Saxons, and you want to do nothing to help in that endeavor?" "Of course I do." Arthur folded his arms. "Then you are in a powerful position. As king, you could have more influence than most in the fight against invaders." Arthur shook his head. "I just escaped 2 people that tried to kill me, one through assassination and the other by his own hand. People that claimed to be my friends. No one wants me to be king." Said the old man. "Much like your countrymen facing the invading Saxons, you have a problem that will be difficult to solve. But also, like the threat of the Saxons, that does not mean that you can't, or shouldn't, face it. There are just too many people who could do a better job than me, who will likely do so after taking the sword off my dead corpse." Arthur pulled the sword forth and held it in front of Bran. "I might as well give it to you as try to wield it myself." Bran chuckled. "I am but a king of fishes, not of men." Arthur wasn't sure what to make of that statement, but he let the sword fall to his side. For the moment, Bran seemed content to continue fishing in silence. Finally, he said, "I know the burden is heavy. I am no stranger to burdens like it, so I understand." He took a deep breath and sighed. "The sword represents something greater than yourself, and while it is not my place to take it, and if you are not willing, then it falls to you to find the one who should." "Somewhere in Britain?" Bran shrugged. "It doesn't matter where. But you are the guardian of that sword until you can find someone else worthy enough to wield it. Like it or not, a great journey awaits you." Arthur stared ahead at the channel, barely able to make out the faint outline of Gaul in the distance. An idea occurred to him. "You say I don't have to stay here in Britain. The man shrugged again as he withdrew his fishing line. "That is your prerogative. Wisdom can be found in any land."
"Then I could take the sword away from here, away from the squabbling and the deceit. I could travel to Gaul, maybe beyond to Rome, or even the East."
"As I said, there is much wisdom to be gained abroad." Arthur began nodding to himself. He would likely never see Ector or Kay again, but this way they would be safe. He would be safe. The sword would be safe. And who knew? Perhaps he would find someone worthy enough to wield the sword out there. The wind whipped at Arthur's hair, and he breathed in the smell of the sea. Yes, there was something to be seen out there. He was not meant to live on these islands forever. In this way he could protect everyone, and no one would know the significance of the sword, or the fact that he carried it. As if seeing his determination, the old man nodded and cast his line back into the water. "If that is your choice, I suggest you continue west along this coast until you reach a port. I know a young boy there about your age, Alexander. He and his family are from Greece, and I think you two would be good friends. Talk to him, and I think you could easily negotiate passage in exchange for labor. Oh, and perhaps some shoes and clothing as well." All the way to Greece. Arthur swallowed. It was a long way to go, and he had no idea if you could do anything useful on a ship. The only experience he had with boats were the small fishing vessels he took out on the lakes. At the sound of someone singing, he turned to see a young girl about his age approaching from the east. She didn't appear to be in a rush, and even stooped down to pick up a few stones and throw them into the water. "Ah, there is Elaine," said the old man. "I should be fine from here, my boy. You'd best be getting on to the docks, and take care of that sword." Arthur nodded, feeling a new determination rise in his heart. "I will." "Good lad," said Bran. "I hope we meet again some day." Arthur turned to retreat back up the cliffs and retrieve his horse. Then he looked back at the old man. "You never answered my question. You don't look like a magician, and yet you remind me so much of Merlin, my mentor. Just who are you?" Bran pressed his lips together and gave him a tight smile. "I told you, I'm a king of fishes. I'm just a man waiting for someone to ask me a question." "What question?" said Arthur. Bran gave a soft chuckle. "That's not the one, I'm afraid. Now be off with you, boy, and Godspeed." Arthur nodded and retreated back up the cliffs, pausing only to take one last look at the old man and the girl as she met up with him, excitedly kneeling at his side. He almost felt like returning and introducing himself to the girl. What would it be like to be the daughter of a mysterious man like that? What could he learn from her? But the weight of what the old man had told him weighed heavily on his heart. He gathered his strength, pushed past the aches in his feet, and continued on. The more he thought about it, the more it made sense, and the more he eagerly awaited a chance to travel to Greece. What could he learn in the very place where so much philosophy, so much innovation had begun? And what was more, Pellinore and Lot would never find him there. Perhaps he would stay away forever, forget about this place, these people that tried to murder him. As he mounted his horse and surveyed the land, he knew that would never happen. Yes, Lot, his supposed brother-in-law, had tried to kill him, but he had family of a different kind, and that family would need him someday. And even if he never found someone else to take the sword, the least he could do was keep it out of the hands of evil men. Yes, he would be back. He would be back.
The Three Sisters. This short story was written by a ghostwriter based on my outline. It deals with the three sisters of King Arthur, but several years before Arthur is discovered as king when he pulls the sword from the stone.
As I walk along the coast, I inhale the free, healthy air of the countryside. At 12, I look more like a boy than a princess, and that is exactly the way I want it. Red hair cut short, a pair of brown slacks, and a little pointy sword I carry distinguish my appearance. I cannot bear dressing up like my older sister Morgause, and being forced to stand in the line of royalties, smiling till my cheeks hurt. The gown, which Morgause would always wear, admired by all, reminds me of a cage. It is too big and slows down movement. It is also a sign that we can be made to do whatever the others want. There is a fog today, so much of the ocean is shrouded in invisibility, but not enough to hide some of the houses that line up by the side of the ocean. I spread my hands out wide and close my eyes as a gale hits me. I love the feeling of the wind against my flesh. It is a constant reminder of the freedom that I have always wanted. Being trapped in a humdrum enforced existence, living in the royal palace where all I'm supposed to do every day is to be present, dress up in expensive gold-plated garments, look beautiful as a princess while waiting for the prince I am betrothed to come and take me away. It is not the life for me. I dream of a life of adventure, a life where Elaine, my younger sister, and I would be free to travel the world and marvel at the wonders, instead of being trapped in a marriage the way that Morgause is. The world is big, and I know it. Every day, I sneak out of the palace where we stay with Lot, the oaf married to my sister. I make it to the coast and watch the sea coming to land. As far as my eyes can see across the sea, there is nothing but nature, and it is beautiful. No humans, no princes, just me and the vast, empty space of the sea that whisper possibilities to me. Sadly, the fishermen have houses here too, so my trance is short-lived. Atop the outcroppings facing the sea and in front of the foliage, I watch the waves wash the sand. Then I hear the voices of some fishermen nearby. My mind strays to the events that brought us here, my sisters and I. They are all too painful to think about, and I feel my chest rising in anger. I wish I can do something. The voices of the fishermen annoys me more. I had come here hoping to find some peace and quiet. The fog clears a little and I see them. Oafs, all of them. From the distance, I see a ship come to shore. The fishermen are tensed now. "Saxons!" They scream and rush for their weapons. Some of them run back into the houses lining the coast and are hotly pursued by the enemies. I'm frozen on top of the outcropping from where I have been observing the fishermen. They are not prepared as the Saxons descend on them. The Saxons are stronger and faster. They also have the better weapons, long spears and broadswords that slice through the body of the fishermen. The fight is not a long one, as the fishermen are cut down one after the other. I quickly hide behind an outcropping and watch as the strangers butcher the fishermen. Not one of the warriors are killed or injured. Fear grips my insides, making my pulse race. Elaine, I thought, I have to get to her. The Saxons are not here just for the fishermen. I am almost certain they will make their way inland. Cautiously, I peep over the outcropping in time to see the barbarians barging into one of the stone houses by the sea. In no time, they emerge with a man, a woman, and a child. On the child's face, I see nothing but frozen terror. It is a girl. The woman is trembling while the man rains curses at the barbarians. As I watch, one of the Saxons approach the man. He seems to be their leader because the others stand around him waiting to see him deliver judgment on the captives. His sword, which hangs off his hand by his side, still drips fresh blood. My eyes are glued on that sword, while my mind plays pictures of what the sword would do. The others push the man to the ground and tie his hands behind his back. The wife and child are silenced with brutal slaps when they start crying. As the leader approaches the man, it appears to me that the world has stopped moving and we are all stuck in time. He raises the sword. In one clean sweep, the man's head tumbles away from his shoulder. I am done watching the massacre, I decide, and turn around to sneak away. My feet slips on the rock, tripping me off balance, and the ground welcomes me with a wet hug. By the time I roll myself around, I discover that I have alerted the Saxons and they are heading right at me. My insides are gripped by the cold hands of dread as a frightening face comes around the foliage. He moves the bush aside and stares right at me. Then his gaze moves to my side as if he is still looking for me. He ululates and runs forward, almost stepping on me. The others follow him, all of them unable to see me. What is happening? Why can't they see me? A loud trumpet sounds from the top of one of the castles. It is a call for battle. Lot is getting his men ready to fight the Saxons off. The men, still in the foliage, looking for me, quickly run towards the sea to their boats. I roll to the side so they will not step on me. When the last of them disappears into the fog, I pull myself up, inspecting my bruise where the rock had scratched against me. The sound of Lot's men approaching reminds me that I don't want to be seen. I sneak into the foliage and begin to make my way back home, still wondering why the men couldn't see me. The castle is quiet as most of the men had run out to fight the invaders. It's for the best anyway. It means I don't have to start sneaking past too many guards. Although I wonder if I really have to. At the beach, the Saxon soldier had looked right at me, but he could not see me. Maybe I just have to walk past the guards, teach myself to do it at will. When I get to the courtyard, I see 3-year-old Gawain playing with Elaine. They look good together, the innocence and cheerfulness of children. I sigh. I think I am still supposed to be a child, but I am already grown up, already betrothed, and I fear the day that I will be chained in marriage. Morgan! Morgose's voice calls from somewhere in the courtyard. My eyes travel up to the throne and I find her sitting by the small seat where she normally sits. I can sense her fear, her cautious distance from the throne where her husband usually sits. Morgause? I breathed deeply. She had startled me and I could feel my heart beating hard, having not completely recovered from the incident at the docks. Where have you been? She asks. Outside, I reply, walking past the children and up to her. My sister has to be the most beautiful woman in the world. I can understand why a man like Lot wants to cut off her wings and have her put in a cage. Her beauty was like the many colors of the beautiful feathers of bird that could just take to the skies and fly away. Blue, sparkling eyes like mine, blonde, wavy hair that fell on her shoulders, pink lips, and a noble face. You went out? She asks, her voice descending into a whisper, a shocked expression on her face. Yes. I glance at the children who are engrossed in their play, then I turn back to her. Something happened to me outside there, and I don't know what it means. How did you get out? I roll my eyes. She is not listening to me. I was near the sea when the Saxons attacked, I say, ignoring her question. That seems to grab her attention. Did they touch you? She asks, getting up from her seat and hurrying towards me. I let her look me over, smiling at her show of care. No, I'm fine, I reply. She pulls me into a hug, leaning back to study my face. Don't you ever try that again. There is something I don't understand. What? She leads me to a seat far removed from the throne. We sit there, our eyes on the children still. I think I disappeared. What? I think I disappeared? One of the invaders stared at me where I had fallen in the forest and he did not see me. Morgause has gone silent. I look at her face and I see worry clearly written on it. Her eyes have a distant, faraway look. Why did I disappear? Can I disappear? Shh, not so loud. I want to know. No, you can't. You imagined it. But I did not. We are not talking about this anymore. You are never to bring it up in a discussion with anyone. I don't understand why. Exactly. You don't understand. But I want to know. Stop. Stop it. Shut up and never mention this again. Her voice, I can hardly recognize it. Her eyes, they are burning with anger. I wonder if I have wronged her in any way. She is still holding on to me, glaring at me as if we have become enemies. I pull out of her grasp and walk away from the room. This is one part of Margot's that I do not like. She loves making me do what she wants. It infuriates me. Where are you going? She asks after me. I do not reply. I am going to see Mother. Igraine must know something about this. The stony stairway I take is deserted. My mother has been locked away at the tower, and for years she had only the sun rising and falling, but had never been allowed to go outside and feel it on her skin. After climbing the stairs for what looked like eternity, I pushed the only door in the tower open. I find Igraine sitting by the window, looking out at the field. From here, she can even see the sea. Mama? I call as I step into the room. There is no response. I study the frame at the window. There is grey hair on her head, her skin sagged, and her frame seems to have shrunk from the last time I saw her. Though I am young and my sister Elaine even younger, all my mother has gone through in the last few years alone have made her look more like our grandmother. Mama? I call again. Slowly, she turns around to look at me. For one awkward minute, I am afraid she does not remember who I am, but she sighs and turns to the window again. What are you doing here? She asks. I came to see you about something. Something? I was at the beach when the Saxons came, I begin. She does not turn, but I notice the slight stiffening of her shoulders. I was almost caught, but the barbarian looked right at me and continued moving. Hard as it may seem, some warriors know what they are after, and they are focused. Maybe you were not a subject of their interest. They were looking for me. Igraine swirled around suddenly and almost lost her balance. I knew it, she exclaimed. No, what? You've been touched by the gods. What are you saying? You have magic blood in your veins. Watching you growing, I've always known. Okay, I am not expecting this. In fact, I do not know what I am expecting, but it has nothing to do with magic. Angry footsteps stomp down the hallway towards the room where Igraine cannot leave, and my brother-in-law, Lot, barges into the room. His face is smeared with blood and filth and rage. His eyes shine like 1,000 stars combined. His sword rests in its sheath, having served its purpose. He goes quickly to Igraine, ignoring me. I know what you have been telling her, he says accusingly. You've been filling her head with these stupid tales again. I am glad his sword is in its sheath, because right now he looks like one that can draw the sword on my mother. I have been filling her head with nothing, Igraine replies firmly. She is still looking out of the window. Whatever you are telling her, it will not help her, the prince puffed. Of course it would not. A bird can only fly. Her latest utterance seems to infuriate Lot the more. His eyes flash at me, then back to her. It seems he is making up his mind about something. That's it. I'm sending word to Urien to come and get his bride before you corrupt her with your talk of magic. He says magic like it is a filthy word way down below him, yet at the same time I sense fear in him. You will do no such thing, Igraine says, turning away from the window to face him. I see I have your attention now, the prince replies mockingly. She is but a child. Yet you fill her head with dreadful things. Magic is not dreadful, I say. Lot turns to me, astounded. He has not expected me to speak. I am only to speak when he wants me to. Stop, girl, he says. I knew the Saxons were coming before they did. If I had told you, you would have been— Shut up! My words stick in my chest. The prince is really enraged now. My mother shuts her eyes pitifully. What have I done?
It is time. I will send a notice to Urien that I am sending you to him,
He decides grimly, his chest still heaving up and down.
I will marry Elaine off before she learns further of this corruption.
No! I cry.
The sons of Pellinor or Ban would be the perfect fit,
Lot says, regaining his composure.
don't you think?
He swirls around to Igraine. You do not have to do this. Igraine speaks slowly, choosing her words. Please, I plead. Not Elaine.
Pitiful,
Lot says and spits to the side.
You should be happy we are marrying your daughters off to honourable men.
Honourable men, Mother repeats as if she is testing the word for another meaning that might be hidden beneath it.
Yes, honourable men. Besides, a much-needed alliance will be forged.
I slip through the door and hurry down the stairs. I've never felt so distraught in my life. Every time I've been told that I am betrothed to Urien, I think of how time can change a lot. Maybe before the marriage ceremony I'll find a way to escape from here, from the monotonous life that we are told to be grateful for. But Lot has nailed the final nail on my coffin. He has tightened a bird's leash around the legs. I cannot fly again. Down the stairs, I run till I come upon the courtyard where I've left my sister. She is still there, but the children are nowhere to be seen. Where is Elaine? I ask, eyes frantically dashing through the courtyard for my sister. She went with Gawain to the fields, Morgause replied. The field. I kneel before my sister, tears streaming from my eyes. She is startled. Come now, what is wrong? Your husband, Lot! I cry. Morgause looks away. This is not what she wants to hear, but I persist anyway. The way I see it, she is the only one that can help now. Mother is locked away in the tower. She cannot come down from there. It would kill her because she gets frailer and frailer. I am just a kid. Talk to him, I plead.
What is it, Morgan?
Her tone has changed drastically. The compassion I just perceived has disappeared. In place of it is this dead resignation that looks like a swallow of seeds without bringing forth anything. He wants to send me off. He wants to send Elaine off to get married. When she turns toward me, I see the resignation there on her beautiful face. It drains the face of all colour, of all cheer. It as boring as duty and damning as death. It was always going to happen, little sister, she says. The husbands are too old for us. We are too young. It is not yet time. If Lot decides that the time has come, then you will honour him. I'm sure Elaine will understand. You will too, with time. But she is just a child, I protest. I am just a child. No, you are not. It is the way of the world. I know you like living in your head, sneaking off to the beach to give yourself the illusion of freedom, but this is the way the world is. You have to outgrow your childish fantasies. You are grown now. No, I say vehemently. You can find other ways to think yourself young, find other ways to fulfill desires, but it is not in the choice of husbands. This is the way it has always been. It doesn't have to be this way, I say. You will understand when you grow up. Throughout the night, I discover that I cannot sleep. I stare at the walls in the room I share with my little sister. From time to time, I would turn to her side of the bed to make sure she is still there with me. Somehow, I feel that Lot would slip into the room and take my sister away from me. I am not ready to see her go yet. Morgause has become something that I never want to be. Her calm and resignation weigh down on me heavily. She has not always been like this. She has had the same starry-eyed look that I have now in my eyes. She had dreamed and thought of a future more glorious than the one she has had to settle into. I do not know when I finally nod off. There is only so long a girl like me can stay up at night watching over her sister. I'm awakened by the sound of Elaine's chatter and by the sudden brightness of the sun streaming in through the window. My eyes blink multiple times before I finally focus them on the figure at the window. More goes. I hate seeing her so early this morning as she reminds me of last night. Little sister, she calls. The servant I sent said you refused to wake up. Why are you here? I ask angrily. I do not want to see her. Checking up on my little sisters, she replies, smiling. It is a forced smile, so different from her dazzling smile that made me want to be like her when we were little. The freedom and the wildness of her smile has been watered down to this widening of lips that never reached her eyes. I feel sad for her, but it does nothing to quench my anger. Elaine, darling, go to the dining. Run along now. Elaine quickly leaves the room, giggling. Morgose's eyes follow our little sister before she turns to see me glaring at her. She comes to the bed to sit beside me. On her neck is the big diamond pendant Lot had gifted her, which she is to wear at all times. Her gown fits her, flowing down from her hips where she gathers it to her waist with her sash. We have to survive, she says. Do whatever Lot tells you to do. This is our life now. Without waiting for any response, she leaves the bed and walks towards the door. Breakfast is ready. Don't keep us waiting. It is disrespectful to keep them waiting, so I hurry into the slacks I always love wearing because of how free they make me feel, pull on a top over it, and turn towards Elaine's side. She is not there. Of course, she had gone down for breakfast already. I walk slowly. Lot's ugly face awaits me at the table, and I want to make the time I spend with him as short as possible. Finally, I get to the door of the room where my family is gathered, waiting for me, and pause. Lot's voice sails through the air and into my ears. It is haunting and proud. I listen.
We have defeated the last of the Saxons, he says. They can no longer fight against us here.
Morgause offers an encouraging hum, and the prince continues.
We gave them an ultimatum to leave this place, or we will follow them and raze their villages to the ground. They know enough men follow me to make good on my threat,
Lot boasts. You show them mercy, Morgause remarks.
And that is more than they deserve. They leave tonight. If I see any of them on our lands tomorrow, it can only be death that they ask for.
Tomorrow? That is it. I can finally leave this place with Elaine. The barbarians have a better heart than my sister's husband. They would take us if I begged them hard enough. As I think of this, I also remember how they killed people along the riverbank. But there was one with them. I can still recognize him if I see him. He stopped the others from killing the children and women. That is the one we will run to. Wherever they will take us to is definitely better than Lot's plans for my family. For the first time since yesterday's evening, I find myself smiling. There is hope. The night comes quickly, and I am prepared for it. For Elaine, it is the promise of more playmates. We stay awake, watching the guards. Come, I say finally when I have watched the last guard go off to drink in the way they always do. We creep downstairs. The hallway is empty. I wonder what Lot would do if he discovered that his guards slip away at night to drink. Elaine is making too much noise. Easy, I say. She stops. The guard in charge of the front gate is sitting on the ground, leaning against the gate. Elaine and I watch him closely before we move around him, taking care not to wake him up. Outside, the wind blows free through our hair. We are out, I inform Elaine. Yes. Shh. I turn to the castle. In the watchtower, a light comes on. Quick, hurry, I whisper fiercely, leading the way towards the woods. We stumble through the forest at the same time we hear the horn boom. The branches reach out and scratch against our skin. Boo! The horn booms. The sound is enough to wake everybody up from sleep. As we stumble through the moors, I hear the voices of soldiers announcing our disappearance. The beach is still some distance away, and Elaine cannot run any faster. Come on! We make it to the other end of the moor. Along the sea-coast, I can see figures of people in the darkness. Lights from stick torches interrupt the darkness in select places. There are canoes, too, and I can make out the figure of a big ship sitting out on the ocean. Elaine hesitates a little, but I take her hand and urge her on. We make it to the first ship where I notice one of the Saxon leaders, the one preventing women and children from being murdered. "Please take us," I say, screeching to a halt before him. The other men hanging around, throwing their bags and belongings into their boats, stop and watch us. "Who are you?" the man asks. They speak our language, I think, feeling relieved. "I am Morgan. This is my sister Elaine. Take us, please. They are after us." Back home, I had thought getting into their ship would be simple, but standing here before them, I am confused. "Who is after you?" the man asks. In the dim light of the torch he carries, I see his face covered by his dirty ginger beard. His eyes look fierce and at the same time kinder than Lot's eyes had ever been. "Soldiers?" I say.
"They are royals,"
one of the men says, coming closer to examine our dresses.
"Royals abandoning their kingdom. Maybe they like the way we give it to their women."
He starts to laugh, approaching us menacingly. The other men joined in his laughter, except their leader.
"Step away from them,"
he says sternly. His voice is cold. Our mocker quickly sidles to his boat, gets in and paddles it out to the ocean.
"There they are,"
a voice shouts from the distance. Torches appear, lighting up the place and the soldiers that bear them. Lot is in front.
"Go, go!"
the barbarian screams at his people, most of whom are already out in the sea. He pulls Elaine from my grasp and waddles into the sea for his boat, flinging his torch away. I run after him. I see him place Elaine into the boat, then turn back to look for me. The water is cold and the waves are pulling me back. I hear the voices of the palace guards close behind me and the sound of someone waddling through the water. The boat starts to move. I am still pushing forward when I feel big, strong hands on my shoulder. They pull me into the water, then drag me back. "No!" I'm screaming, flailing desperately at the departing boat. Elaine is in there.
"Get back here, you spoiled brat!"
It is Lot. To silence my continuous struggle, his heavy hand hits me across the face, effectively shutting me up. I find the light departing from my eyes, see the boat sailing away with my favorite sister in it, sailing towards a life I also want to have.
"Stupid girl! What have you done?"
Lot rages. They have only swords. If they had arrows, they would have rained it down on the Saxons. "Let me go," I plead.
"You think you are clever,"
Lot says, dragging me out of the water.
"You do not know what you have started."
The soldiers flank us and we begin to head back to the castle. I feel like a bird that has experienced the brief pleasure of flight and has been promptly caged again.
"War, little girl,"
Lot says, grinning at me.
"You have given me an excuse to go to war."
"Let me go, please," I plead.
"The barbarians have one of our betrothed. We must have her back. This is the perfect excuse to destroy them all."
He walks away from me. The next morning dawns on me without the sweet chatter of my sister, Elaine. I look at her empty bed where she was nothing but a glorified prisoner, just like Morgause. Somehow I am happy even though I am not with her. She is away from all of this. The pretense, the arm-twisting, the boredom, and Lot. In the days that follow, Morgause refused to talk to me. I am not interested in speaking to her anyway, only my mother. When I see Igraine, she is pale of voice, her mouth trembles, but form no words. "Why?" she finally asks. I shake my head. There is nothing to say. She still welcomes me into her embrace, pulls me close so I would not see the tears coming down from her eyes. "You are to marry Urien tomorrow," she informs me. The shock I feel quickly dissipates. Nobody has told me anything about it, but I am already resigned to my fate. No, not in the same way as Morgause. I have done something at least. I have set Elaine free. "Well, Elaine is free," I say, pulling back from her and wiping the tears off her eyes. "Is she?" I nod. I know she is. Anywhere is better than being Lot and his brother's captives. Anywhere. "You have fire in you, child," Igraine says. She is looking directly into my eyes. You must do as they say. I nod. She is saying one thing, but her eyes are saying another. I will marry Urian, I tell her. She nods. She squeezes my shoulders fondly and lets me go. I can see the pain in her eyes, and I wish I can do something about it, but I cannot, at least not now. When I get back to my room, there is only one resolve on my mind, to discover who I really am. It will take a while, but I will discover myself. I know I will. In order to do this, I have to be what they want me to be. I have to deceive them into thinking me harmless and boring, just like my sister Morgause. But I swear it with everything I hold dear, with the peace my sister Elaine must have now, I will never be like my sister. I will learn about my magic and hoard it. No man born of woman can take that away from me. I swear it on all the gods that I know.
Runes on the Wall. Starting on August 2nd, 2022, my wife and I hiked the 84-mile length of Hadrian's Wall in 7 days. If you don't know, Hadrian's Wall is this epic Roman ruin that marks the northmost boundary of the Roman Empire. Construction on it started in 122 CE, and it is now part of a national trail in the UK. I was so impressed by this walk that I decided to turn it into a short story, one where Merlin also walks along the wall in roughly the same amount of time that my wife and I took to do it, even keeping the same dates of August 2nd through 9th. I also managed to sneak a few Easter eggs in there, inspired by our experiences walking on any given day. It turned into an interesting short story, different from all my others, but more personally meaningful than anything else I've written. I hope you enjoy.
August 2nd. My dear Vivian, I hope you'll be happy to know I'm back in Britain. I returned earlier today, carried on a Saxon boat no less. They didn't take much notice of me, thinking me to be just another old father joining his established sons, now that Saxon culture has taken a stronger hold in our lands. I let them think so. As you know, I can be practically invisible when I want to be. I decide to come by way of the Tyne River, so as to avoid the bulk of the Saxon lands and come to you by way of the north. I alight at the small port just within sight of the Roman wall, as it slopes down the hill to the rocky banks. The Saxons commandeered the Roman port there decades ago, and they've put it to good use. There is a lot of fishing activity and signs of life here. Indeed, it's hard to believe that the Saxons have planted themselves in the absence of the Romans in so short a time. Though I suppose it hasn't been so short. Uther pushed them back more than 20 years ago now, and they never truly left. Oh, Vivian, if you could see the people here. Their traditions are different, yet they still love, bleed, die, and mourn as we do. Families find joy, and I see many a child laughing as they play in the river. I wonder if perhaps others of the Britons saw them with such an eye. We might come to an understanding. But I digress. I do not write to tell you of the Saxons, nor of my travels abroad, though I had no luck in finding Arthur. To my dismay, he seems to have ventured beyond even my foresight, and I find myself at a loss. No, I write to inform you of what I found once I returned to Britain. As I embark this morning, I feel something pulling at me, something not of this world, but of the other. It may surprise you to know that this feeling leads me to the Roman wall itself, to the easternmost fort, now a home for Saxon lords. There, I find the smashed remains of a runestone, unmistakably magical in nature. Or at least, it had once been magic. It is located on the east side of the fort, as yet unnoticed by the Saxon inhabitants. suggesting to me that it has been demolished recently. How it was destroyed I cannot say, as it was deeply carved into solid rock, now cracked in multiple pieces. It would have taken quite the hammer to smash a block of that size, yet it lies before me in pieces. Perhaps I am called to this place at this time, and I did not know it. My foreknowledge rarely works that way, but it has been known to happen. I touch the crumbled remains to glean what knowledge I can from it. At first, I feel nothing, but soon small pieces of information slip through, as if carried on a breeze. The rune had been placed there long ago, probably at the construction of the wall itself many centuries earlier, and it is a protection spell, a shield to ward off something. I admit I can discern no more than that. I assume, based on the faint impressions my gift affords me, that the rune was smashed at least 2 days prior. I spent some time in the village talking to the locals. None of them have seen anything. When I inquire about the purpose of the rune, most don't even know what I'm talking about. Those that do assume that giants had placed it there. Giants. That's who the Saxons think built the wall. The Romans are barely gone a few decades, and already their works achieve mythological status for our Saxon invaders. Many Saxons have not even heard of the Romans, and when I try to explain that they were the original builders of the wall, I get nothing but blank stares. As you might guess, I soon determined that further conversation was pointless. If I am to find what demolished this runestone, I will have to do it myself. The Saxons haven't been responsible for this, and I admit I was curious to discover what is. And if it is strong enough to demolish a rune of protection, perhaps it is in the best interest of Britain's inhabitants that I discover the culprit. My search takes me back down to the river, but I find little else than blackberries that I pause to collect. As I eat, it occurs to me that if the rune is a protection spell attached to the wall, perhaps the wall was a barrier for something beyond the obvious purposes of such a wall. Has someone or something come from the north, broken through the seal and continued further south to the river? The thought keeps me searching the space between the wall and the water until sundown, when I decide to rest for the night and continue my search in the morning. A raven has stopped by my camp. He says he would be more than happy to carry this letter to you. Give my regards to the other priestesses, and to Gloriana if you see her. I understand she's dealing with a lot of late. I will keep you informed of my progress. Sincerely, Merlin. August 3rd. Dear Vivienne, today I begin searching for the culprit along the river, as I am now sure that, whoever it is, they come from the north and wish to travel south, meaning that some trace of their passing will meet the river, eventually. But as I continue along the riverbanks, I find no sign of an interloper, no evidence of foul play. Every Saxon I come across says nothing, and I can't help but feel like I'm going in the wrong direction. This feeling only increases as I go on, and I feel another tug of necessity, pulling me north toward the wall again. And so I scale a rather steep hill, away from the river, until the looming sight of the wall stretches before me. The closer I get, the more I know that I'm approaching another rune. The taste of magic is unmistakable, though it is bitter and dissipated, as if it has exploded outward in a violent storm, then quickly faded. And indeed, along one of the thicker portions of the wall, I find another stone smashed to pieces, containing the trace outlines of another protection rune. This is, honestly, the first time it occurs to me that there could be multiple runes along the wall. This rune, like the first, appears to be just as old as the wall itself, which leads me to conclude that this wall was built to protect against something far greater than the Scots or the Picts. I encounter one Saxon farmer who graciously provides me with a meal, and I ask for his thoughts about the nature of the wall. He tells me little that I do not already know, that it was built to keep out the barbarians of the north. At least, he doesn't believe that giants built the wall. Yet the rune suggests a protection against something supernatural, and when I inquire about this, the farmer looks at me strangely.
"The most supernatural thing I've seen," he says, "is how chill the wind can get in the summer. The lands are rich here, but I never had to put up with that where I come from."
"You haven't seen anything unusual?" I ask. "A man or a creature that didn't belong?"
"Not on this side of the wall, that's for sure, though I hardly venture to the north these days. I keep my flocks on the south side, with the wall as a border, and a good job it does too."
I nod, my suspicions confirmed. Whoever is breaking these seals keeps to the north of the wall. For what purpose, I do not know, though perhaps of necessity. If there are 2 protection runes carved into the wall, it stands to reason that there are more, and that these also need to be demolished before the perpetrator can cross. I'm filled with a sudden sense of urgency, and I bid the farmer farewell before pushing on. I am now certain that the wall was built not just to keep barbarians out. The amount of effort needed for such a ploy would be too much, not to mention the cost. It must have been built for an additional purpose, to keep something far greater away from what the Romans thought of as civilization. I have to discover what it is. Upon reaching the wall, I find a ruined portion that easily lets me scale to the top and look around. The countryside is magnificent, as you might guess. Nothing but rolling hills and occasional pastures. Unfortunately, there is no sign of my quarry, though I doubted there would be. But the view is a reminder of Britain's beauty. In my years searching for Arthur, I have forgotten my homeland. A pity I cannot stay to savor it further. I will camp here for the night, but tomorrow begins the chase. Sincerely, Merlin. August 4th. Today I see very little other than livestock, farmland, and farmers. And not just the Saxons anymore, but Briton farmers as well. I am already near the borders between our 2 lands, and yet we are so far from any lord's manor, it would seem as if the conflict has yet to arrive in these parts. These farmers seem content to continue on the way they always have. The legacy of the Romans grows ever fainter. Most of those whom I meet know nothing of them, continuing to spout speculation of giants or otherworldly creatures who built the wall. Many have begun dismantling the stones, taking them for their own purposes, whether that be sheep enclosures or their own lodgings. I find another rune, broken like the other 2, but perhaps a bit more recently. The smell of magic is stronger, as if less time has passed before I arrive. I believe I'm gaining ground. I find something else as well, a pile of acorn shells in a huge mound, the remnants of more than I could ever eat. The pile stands near the broken rune, as if whoever destroyed the magical stone stopped to eat afterward. Quite curious.
After discovering the pile, I keep my eye out for stray acorns, and am pleasantly surprised to find them. As long as I stay on the north side of the wall, a stray acorn shell appears every 100 meters or so. It seems I now have a more concrete trail to follow, the sign of the acorn. I try to connect with the acorn shells, but find they hold little magical residue. While my gift often allows me to peer into the future and past of any given object, the life of an acorn is so fleeting that there is little to see. I'm laughing as I write this, explaining to you the nuances behind a magical analysis of acorns. I've either gone a little mad in my old age, or learned to find more joy in the little things. Probably both. There is little else to update you on, so I will send this note with a curious dove who flew in just a moment ago. Sincerely, Merlin. August 5th. It is a cold night. I sleep little. As the sun began lighting the sky, I determine I might as well continue my search, tired as I am. I seem to have one advantage. I can vaguely sense these Roman ruins from afar, helping me pinpoint exactly where this person or creature is headed. Whatever this thing is, it doesn't appear to sense magic, and therefore must find the inscription by eyesight alone. This explains why a feeble old man can keep pace and even overtake the perpetrator. In actuality, I need all the help I can get. The wall has begun climbing up and down hills and crags, and I am brutally reminded that I am not as spry as I once was. My knees crackle as I ascend the crags, and I find myself having to stop for air more often than I am comfortable admitting. The Romans possessed some kind of magic of their own, with the ability to build these walls up nearly vertical inclines at times. The wall is much more visible here, barely touched by the farmers, and I frequently scale it to look ahead. Yet still my quarry stays far ahead of me, enough that I cannot see them. The acorns still provide me with a fresh trail, and I believe it is getting fresher. My anticipation builds, though I am very tired, and I've seen almost no one today. Indeed, I am reminded at how alone I am, how much I wish that you or Arthur were here with me, if not to help me in my quest, to simply admire the views. They are quite stunning, Vivian. I've traveled farther than any previous day today, and even as I write this, I can barely keep my eyes open. I will leave this note with a robin who stopped by for a sample of nuts that I was carrying. Sincerely, Merlin. August 6th. I begin today's journey by climbing up the tallest crag I have encountered thus far. It is laborious, but the views are spectacular. I can see for miles in every direction, and it occurs to me that I am practically at the midpoint, with the Saxon lands to the east and Brittonic lands to the west. Indeed, I am not far from the lake country, perhaps another 2 days' journey if I stray south of the wall. I miss my time there. I miss the days when Arthur was younger, and we would stare into the lakes and ponder the meaning of nature, of the ecosystem, and our place in it. That was a simpler time, before he pulled the sword from the stone. That one event upended everything, and I was not even there to see it. Perhaps if I was. But I cannot ruminate on that now. What's done is done, and I cannot change it. Though I will admit my faith in my own foresight has weakened. I did not see that Arthur would refuse his birthright, that others would try to take it from him. And on this all depends. If Arthur does not accept his mantle, assuming he is even alive, we are all doomed to forces worse than those of Germanic invaders. I'm confused. I've never been wrong before, and yet my travels yielded nothing. Either Arthur is dead, or he does not want to be found. I wish you were here, Vivian. Your youth and temperament would lend me the energy I need. It is another long day, though the countryside has begun to even out, providing me a respite from the crags. At one Roman gate I stopped to greet a merchant passing through. As I have done with all I encounter, I inquire about the purpose of the wall, and what he felt it provided to the Romans. Why would they undergo an enormous expense to build such a monument?
Why, it was to regulate trade, of course, says he. The Romans grew rich with it, but now we can extend our wares to the Picts and Scots how we please.
He then proceeded to try and sell me a fine whistle, which I politely refused. But the merchant's words made sense to me. At the very least, regulation of trade would provide the Romans with much-needed funds, after the huge deficit of building a wall of this size. But something doesn't seem right to me. After all, I had passed tower after tower, fort after fort, and even small towns, now derelict, that suggest the Romans had a strong presence here. Simple trade regulation would not have required such armies. And even if the Northerners were as big a threat as many estimated, the amount of force that would have surrounded this wall seemed excessive for the time. Of course, it is all empty now. It would seem I am the last guardian of the wall, though I'm doing a poor job of it. I have yet to catch my prey, and I fear they may make it to the last rune before I can. Sincerely, Merlin. August 7th. I made better time today, and found something incredible. About mid-afternoon, I encounter another broken seal, but this time it is recently destroyed. And there are footprints, human-like in appearance, but far larger. I once encountered a man in Dumnonia with feet more than 2 handspans in length. These footprints are half again as large. Perhaps if I possessed superior tracking skills, like Pellinor, I might have discovered these sooner. But they, combined with the residue I cleaned off the freshly broken seal, lend me the final clue I need. My quarry is a giant. The magical residue is unmistakable, leaving an imprint of its attacker that I arrived soon enough to interpret. I will explain more tomorrow. It is late, and I must rest. Sincerely, Merlin. August 8th. Giants are commonly misunderstood creatures, and their purpose is often a mystery. I'm sure you are acquainted with various cosmic theories about human origins, that we come from the stars and eventually returned to the stars, that we have something of a divine nature within us. It is different with giants. They are a combination of the divine spark with primal elements, creatures of the earth rather than the stars. And indeed, the word giant is often a misleading term. Not all giants are large, or at least not all giants tower over humankind. From the records I have encountered, some giants appeared only as large men and women, passable in human society, if perhaps an oddity. I hadn't thought there were any that survived Ragnarok, but the Romans must have been aware of their existence, for I'm now certain that this was the original purpose of the wall. Perhaps there were other mystical creatures involved as well, but if giants can now no longer pass the wall without destroying the seals, It stands to reason that the seals were originally built specifically for them. Everything is beginning to make sense. I've had a long journey, but I covered a great distance today. I'm certain that I will overtake the giant tomorrow. Another raven found me in my camp tonight, an abandoned but comfortable cabin. I will send this note with him. Sincerely, Merlin. August 9th. I arise early the next morning, as this is my last chance to catch this giant before they reach the end of the wall. Judging by the hills to the south, I believe I am close to the end. My suspicion is confirmed the moment I see the River Eden in the distance, widening as it speeds off to the sea. And I can feel the last rune. It is close, and it is intact. I walk as fast as these old legs can carry me down a long stretch of flat farmland. I can see a forested hill up ahead, with the wall on my left and the river to my right. I am no longer searching for tracks or acorns. I know exactly where the giant is heading. The Romans built many forts along the path I have traveled, many falling into ruin, others occupied by new hosts. I see the last of these forts ahead of me, towering like a beacon, and clearly the resting place of the last rune. Shortly after I catch sight of the fort, I feel it, the rune breaking into pieces, the magic shattering outward in a mad rush as the forces that held in place flee. I pick up my pace, knowing that the giant must be only a few hundred meters ahead of me. And there, as I crest the last hill, I see him. He looks like a large man, perhaps 8 feet in height, but no more. He wears a patched-together tunic of sheep's wool that falls over both shoulders, down his lanky frame, as far as his knees. A leather cord cinches the outfit around his waist, and a large pouch hangs from one side. He has scruffy black hair, cut short but growing past his ears, and scattered stubble on his chin. Were it not for his size, he would look much like a human adolescent. In fact, as I draw closer, his face does look young. He doesn't run from me, but instead sits with his back against the wall of the fort, beside the now shattered runestone, his body shaking with what I imagine must be glee. No, there are tears in his eyes. I must admit I'm confounded once again by the turn of events. He glances up at me. "So it is you who has followed me. I could smell you on the wind. You are a wizard." It is not a question. He speaks in a heavily accented Brittonic that I nevertheless understand. Responding in kind, I say, "I am Merlin. Who are you, and why have you been doing this?" "I am Garo," says the giant. "My father was Custennin. I have broken the seals to make my own path, away from my uncle, the great Isbadadin." He spits the name before grinding another acorn in his mouth. I see. Though his words mean nothing to me, since I have not heard any of these names before. I did not know that giants still walked this earth. "There are not many," he says. "Many have joined with humans over time, as my father did, to bolster our number." I take this to mean that Garo is a creature of 2 worlds, human and giant. Curious, I inquire further. "You speak of your father in the past tense. I've gone perhaps too far, for at this the giant's face contorts in agony, and fresh tears begin to flow. "Aye," he says. "He and all of my brothers and sisters." "Indeed," I say. the solemnity of the moment settling in. "I'm sorry. Who's done this dreadful thing to you?" The young giant begins heaving in irrepressible sobs, which I'll admit are a bit uncanny coming from an 8-foot giant. "It was my uncle. He accused my father of diluting the line, of tarnishing himself with humans. But my father loved my mother. It was she who helped me escape." "And now that journey has brought you here," I say, finally understanding. The giant nods. "I came as far as the wall, but I soon discovered that I couldn't cross. At first I didn't know why, and I travelled all the way to the eastern sea before discovering the source. I'd heard great things of the Southlands, where people like me can be accepted, where I can right the wrongs that have been done to me." I sigh. "I'm afraid your information may be a touch outdated. Britain is on the verge of collapse, and any new dangers may create a chain reaction that will devastate these isles. There are few who would not consider you as a threat at best, if not kill you first and ask questions later." Garreau's face falls even further. "I see," is all he says. I move closer, confident that this Garreau is not a threat. With a low groan, I sit beside him, my back against the wall. This young giant is simply lonely. He has lost his family. He has lost those he loves. And he lacks purpose. I am not unsympathetic. Without Arthur, without someone, I too am lonely. Garreau did not destroy the runes because he looked for a fight. He did it because he was looking for love. Perhaps this is ultimately what we all want. Regretting my earlier words, I speak the next few carefully. There is someone not too far south of here. His name is Sir Ector, and he is a good man. If you go to him and tell him that Merlin sent you, he will give you what you need." The giant looks at me, hope in those tearful eyes. "But you just said—" "I spoke too hastily," I say. "I would encourage you to keep a low profile for now, but not everyone is like your uncle, and I have hope for a peaceful future." It nearly takes me by surprise that I know my words were true. Even though I know not where Arthur lives, or why he left and hasn't returned, I know that as long as there are people like Ector in the world, there is always hope. I let the boy go, then, after giving him detailed instructions on how to reach Ector's manor. Then I watch him scale the wall, like a young man would scale a fence, before he thunders off in search of his place in the world. I turn back to the north, gazing out across the river to wilder lands beyond. Whoever this Isbadadin was, he is yet another threat in a long line of dangers. And, well-intentioned though Garreau may have been, his destruction of the runes now leaves the south open to another potential invasion. I can only hope that word of what has happened here does not travel back to the ears of this giant who would slaughter his own family. I send you this last note in haste, in the hopes that you might be able to send priestesses, or send words to Gloriana. If possible, we must restore these runes, or we are facing a ticking clock that will eventually come crashing down on us all. Sincerely, Merlin.
An anachronism in King Arthur's court. This is a short story I actually wrote a while back. For the longest time, I have wanted to put together an Arthurian universe that put together all versions of the myth, or at least paid respect to them all. One of the most famous of the Arthurian stories, at least of those in the public domain, is Mark Twain's A Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court, a hilarious and well-written satire. Now, obviously, I couldn't combine that story verbatim into my otherwise classical tale on the Arthurian legends, but an idea occurred to me as I was pondering how to pay homage to Mark Twain's brilliance. You see, time travel is actually a thing in my universe, as readers of this short will soon see. In fact, it's one of the most important aspects, and this short story in particular gives us one of the most revealing looks into the inner workings of how that time travel system works. Furthermore, I consider the character of Alice to be the most important character in the entire Argovale, meaning you might want to pay attention to this short. This one is quite a bit different than the others you've read so far, a little more humorous and a lot more science fiction added in, but bear in mind that while tonally quite different, this is very much in line with my vision for the Argovale as a whole. I hope you enjoy. Chronology note: the first part of this short story takes place right after Lair of the Siren, Book 2 in the Fairy Queen. However, since there is time travel stuff going on here, the last part of the story actually takes place several years earlier.
Sir Kay trudged across the moors, guiding his horse across hills and rivers, wanting nothing more to do with all things supernatural. He had had quite enough of that. He'd recently come from Mona, the capital of the Southern Islands. While he had thought he would find happiness there, he'd found nothing but confusion. He'd gone to seek the hand of the eldest daughter of the late governor of the Head, one of the prominent fisher villages in the area, and heir to a rather large fortune. But what he'd found was no less than 3 sisters squabbling over their inheritance. He'd done what he could to take sides with the eldest in hopes that she would thank him for it with her hand in marriage. But the woman had done no more than glance at him the whole time. She cared very little about anything, in fact, other than her inheritance. Her youngest sister had been the exact opposite, caring a little too passionately about everything, including a rather unusual appetite for sweets. She had also taken a suitor, one that had set Kay's hairs on end. Something dark had permeated the air around him, so Kay wasn't at all surprised when he'd later found out he was something of a demon knight from the depth of Anwin. Their third sister, the one in the middle, she was all right. She had no suitor, but had treated all fairly. Now she had become the new governor of the region, and Kay had to admit she did a better job than her older sister had done. All in all, it had been far too much drama for Kay. And once reports of men disappearing in the region, and that girl Una had arrived with the knight Guyan telling strange tales of a fairy queen, he knew he had to get out of there fast. If there was one thing Kay hated more than anything, it was witchcraft. Why couldn't all things stay the way they were supposed to be? Strange spells and magics had been a great cause for alarm in his life, ever since his adopted brother pulled the sword from the stone in Londinium. He wondered idly where Arthur was now. From what he'd heard, he was off fighting beings of magic with that magic sword of his, though he apparently did not want to be king. That was fine. They didn't need a king. Besides, Kay could make just as noble a king as his brother, perhaps even more so. Let Arthur continue fighting all the magic things. Better him than Kay. He paused at a small stream to allow his horse some time to drink and rest. Climbing off with a small groan and rubbing his rump, he bent down to dip one hand into the water and drink alongside his horse. The water felt cool to his lips, and he resisted the urge to lie down by the bank. He could keep pressing on to the lake country and the safety of his castle, or he could rest here and risk running into some kind of magical creature or other. He'd rather do the former. There were too many dangers out in the wild. Some might have called Kay a coward for his attitude, but he saw it as being smart. He was an intelligent knight, after all. Why get yourself killed when you can avoid it? What good were you if you were dead? He filled his canteen and let the horse continue drinking for as long as needed, glancing around so as to ensure no one approached. It was only then that he caught sight of a man lying, apparently asleep, under a large oak tree about 50 yards down the stream. He was not like most men Kay had ever seen. He was clean-shaven, and while that wasn't so strange, if a bit uncommon, he had on strange breeches and a shirt made of some of the finest linen Kay had ever seen. How did anyone create cloth so fine? Furthermore, the man bore a hat of a peculiar shape, one that Kay had never seen before, and a gold ring glinted on one finger. There were also 2 straps of leather that wrapped around his shoulders and connected with his trousers. What on earth were they for? Kay straightened and unsheathed his sword. This could be a creature of Anwen, for all its strangeness could not possibly be native to Britain. He considered turning back, hopping on his horse and speeding away from that place as fast as he could, but even as he thought it, the man or beast or whatever he was stirred. My, he said in an accented but legible voice. That was some blow to the head. He raised a hand to his temple before catching sight of the knight standing several yards off. Kay tensed. Hello, I ain't never seen a fellow like you before. Why, you're practically straight out of a picture book. Kay's eyes furrowed. There was no doubt this was a creature of another realm, what with his strange talk of these picture books, whatever those were. Raising his sword, he pointed it at the man. From whence do you come? If you be foe, pick up your weapon and fight me. The man cocked his head at Kay, as though confused. What deceitful game was he playing? I haven't got a weapon, you strange person. You've no reason to threaten me. Now get along back to your circus or I'll report you. Kay took a few steps forward with his sword held high. I will not suffer a demon of Anwen to live. With his advance, the man must have realized he was serious, for he scrambled to his feet. But even as Kay braced for an attack, none came. Instead, the man scurried up the oak tree as fast as Kay had ever seen a man do so. When he came level to the tree, he cocked his head up to look at the man. Listen here, sir, what's your name now? I am Sir Kay, Kay replied. I am the fiercest knight in all the land. Of that I'm sure you are, Sir Kay. Well, then my name is Hank Morgan. I'm from Connecticut. Now, what say we come to some kind of agreement here, preferably one where you put down that shiny sword? Kay narrowed his eyes at the strange man. He had never heard of this Connecticut. Perhaps it was a realm within Anwen itself. You would have me put down my guard. The man waved his hands in front of himself as he leaned against one of the oak's large branches. No, of course not. You understand the nature of a mutual agreement, yes? You do something for me, and I do something for you. The beginnings of an idea had begun to form in Kay's head. This man didn't seem to be all that dangerous, despite his strange appearance and speech. He held no weapon, nor did he appear to practice any kind of magic. Perhaps not all of those to come forth out of Anwen were enchanted, but he was clearly from a distant, unfamiliar land. If he brought him back to his father's estate, perhaps the others would find him amusing. Kay would be commended for his foresight in bringing such strange matters to the attention of the people. I will make an agreement with you, Hank of Connecticut, he said, choosing his words carefully. You will accompany me, and I will not hurt you, not unless you commit some foolish act. The funny man seemed to consider his words. Well, I suppose there's no reason why not. I'll humor you. Kay wasn't sure what the man meant by humor him. Perhaps he intended to tell some jokes. Nevertheless, this Hank began climbing down the tree. Kay lowered his sword, but did not sheath it just yet. I must have hit my head harder than I thought, said the man as his feet connected with the ground. I see no sign of a circus in the area. Are you from an asylum? Kay did nothing but stare at the man. I guess not. How close are we to Hartford? I have never heard of such a place. What? Really? That can't be right. What about Bridgeport? Listen, strange man. You will let me tie your hands and put you on my horse, or so help me, I will— But at that exact moment, the entire space beneath the oak tree became illuminated by an intense flash of light, one far brighter than even the sun itself. Kay shielded his eyes, though the light only appeared to last for a short while. When it had faded, he blinked several times to see what had happened, raising his sword and holding it out in front of him, ready for an attack. But the attack did not come. Instead, a new person had arrived, a woman. She had long golden hair, and she now held the man, Hank, in a kind of aggressive hold. If Kay had thought the man's attire was strange, it was nothing compared to this woman. Her entire outfit was fashioned out of white cloth, whiter than any fabric Kay had ever seen. Her boots were red, as were some kind of armor along her arms, and there was a strange golden symbol on her chest with Latin letters, or possibly Greek. Hanging from her shoulders was a long white cape that would have made an emperor envious. "Sorry there," she said in a cheery voice. "You weren't meant to meet this one. Slight time anomaly, nothing huge. I'll take care of him for you."
"Now see here, you can't just manhandle me like this. Let go," said Hank.
Pressing Hank up against the oak, the strange woman took the small golden ring off a finger on his right hand, which was pressed into his back. The woman was trying to rob the poor man.
Kay had no sympathy for Hank, but he was not about to let anyone be robbed blind in his presence, even if the robber was a woman of some nobility from the look of her. He pointed his sword at the woman. "Unhand him, and I will take you both to my castle in Reged."
"That won't be necessary, Sir Kay," said the woman, flashing a smile at him. "This is all a little higher than your pay grade, but don't worry, I won't do him or you any harm. In fact, I'm a big fan of yours. Where I come from, you're something of a legend. Toodles!"
The blinding light came again, and Kay had to shield his eyes once more. When his vision resumed, there was no sign of the woman or of Hank. He stood there for several minutes, wondering if he had simply imagined the whole thing. There was not a soul in sight, nothing but a few birds chirping overhead. He turned this way and that, wondering idly how the woman had known his name, and what were such strange enchantments as a pay grade or a toodle.
Alice blinked as the light around them faded, and she was transported back into Argo Force headquarters, specifically that of the Time Branch, the most important branch in the entire organization.
"What now? Who?"
protested the man she still held in a tight hold.
"Where?"
"Relax," she said in her most soothing tone. "You hit your head and are just dreaming. Soon everything will go back to the way it was."
"I don't understand. I picked up that there ring you just took back, and suddenly there was a flash of light."
"And that's when you slipped and hit your head," she intoned. Keeping him in her grip, she began leading him forward down one large hallway that led to the appropriate office. "Nothing to worry about."
"But the light—"
"A false memory brought on by how hard you fell." Her ring flashed and began to pulse. She paused, staring at it carefully, trying to judge the pattern of the flashing. Communications sent through the ring weren't always explicit. There was a code that all children learned in Argo Force Academy, but there was more to these rings than that. There was a feeling associated with them that most could not explain, but they knew it when they felt it. She almost let go of Hank Morgan as she realized the signal and the message passing through the ring was a summons to see the founders. Immediately, she flagged down a passing time agent. "I have urgent business. Could you take this one down to get his memory checked and placed back in his own time? Name is Hank Morgan from Connecticut, Earth, somewhere in the late 19th century.
"You people really are quite strange,"
remarked Hank, as Alice's fellow time agent took him from her. The pair of them continued on down the hallway while Alice turned and proceeded towards the center of the installation. She had come this way many times before, often to meet with the other founders as she was about to do now, but sometimes to visit the source. She reached the large golden pods that passed for elevators in this place and entered one. Had she been going to the source, she would have traveled deep underground for potentially miles. But this time, her destination was far closer and upward. Through a large window in the elevator pod, she watched as she ascended into the upper levels, Then the large grandeur of each level vanished as the pod climbed a central tower, giving way to sky and sunlight streaming through the window. From here, Alice had one of the best views of the planet from which they operated. It was really a beautiful sight, full of tall mountains like the Alps, with great waterfalls and a nearby crystal blue ocean. It was a view that never got old. The elevator slowed to a halt at the pinnacle of the tower, and Alice retreated away from the window through the opening elevator doors and into the chamber beyond. The room was not a large one, circular, maybe 40 feet across, and containing a circular table with 6 seats surrounding it. It reminded Alice a lot about the Round Table of Legend from the very era that she had just left. Sir Kay had been one of the knights to sit at that table, though she was pretty certain she had visited him in a time when the Round Table did not exist yet, though it would soon. Around this table sat only 2 of the founders, with several spare seats for those who must have been away on other missions. Although one of those spare seats was reserved for her, apparently, once she fulfilled her destiny as a founder, whatever that entailed. She was the last of the founders, but her time had not quite come yet. "Come and sit," said Jason, waving a hand at one of the spare seats. Alice hurried to obey, perhaps too quickly. She didn't want to seem worried at meeting with all 4 of the other founders. She took a moment to glance at each one. Jason, the bronze-skinned hero of Greek legend and apparently the first founder of Argovale, though that didn't really count some of the gods who had lived till modern times like Osiris and Loki. Osiris was the second founder present, and his eyes glowed an eerie green, enough to throw off even Alice. Jason continued to speak once Alice had settled herself in her chair. "You did good work out there today." "The mistake was of our own making," said Alice. "The man, Hank Morgan, somehow got hold of one of our rings and sent himself into the Arthurian era."
"We know what happened,"
said Osiris in a soft, emotionless voice. It was hard to tell if he was being impatient or simply stating the obvious.
"Though you were not exactly discreet."
"Discretion has never been my strong suit," replied Alice. "But I get the job done, and as you said, I did well." She caught a hint of a smile on Jason's face before he was back to business.
"Well,"
he said, turning his head to look back at Alice.
"you will need to be discreet in the future. We have another assignment for you."
Alice straightened. It wasn't the first time she'd been given an assignment right on the heels of another, but she didn't mind. She was happiest when she was working. It gave her a chance to see the world, really see it as no one but time agents could. "I'm ready. What do you need?"
"It actually relates to the era you just left,"
continued Jason, looking down at a few notes on the table.
"Arthurian Britain."
Alice's eyes brightened. She'd hoped for another opportunity to visit that place. But she kept silent, waiting for Jason to continue. However, it was Osiris who spoke next.
"Nimue is dead."
Alice paused, remembering her history. "That's not supposed to happen, right?"
"No, it is not,"
said Jason with a grim expression.
"The Lady of the Lake was not supposed to die until the age of Camelot was long gone."
"How did it happen?"
"Morgan Le Fay was involved,"
said Osiris.
"though we aren't quite sure how. We think she may have been influenced by the other world somehow."
"Isn't that place sealed?" Alice asked, looking at all of them in turn. The 2 founders glanced at each other.
"We have had incidents of it opening before,"
said Osiris.
"The forces within the other world are among the few that can change history from what we've known."
This was news to Alice. From what she'd been taught, the other world was simply a prison for many of the world's mythical creatures and harmful gods, placed there at the closing of the Age of Myth. It had taken on many names over time. Tartarus, Anwin, even Hell. "So you want me to bring in Morgan Le Fay and discover what happened?"
"Not exactly," said Jason. "We need you to go to Avalon and become the new Lady of the Lake." Alice cocked her head at Jason quizzically, then glanced at Osiris. This had to be a prank. Jason was a prankster in his previous life, right? But only solemn faces greeted her stares. They were serious. But that's not an in-and-out assignment.
No, it is not,
said Osiris. Alice sat back in her chair. This was it. They were giving Alice her first long-term assignment. Looking back at them, she licked her lips. I assume you've given this some thought. She didn't dare tell them they'd made a mistake in choosing her, but she did want to know why.
Of course,
said Osiris, keeping his glowing eyes fixed on her.
We would not have called you here if you were not ready.
I'm only 20 years old. I was younger than that when I began my voyage on the Argo, said Jason with an uncharacteristically warm smile.
Do not concern yourself. You are ready.
There was a time when Alice would have disregarded that statement, where she would have shut herself up in her room and fretted over an assignment as large as this one, to the point where she would have become a complete nervous mess. But those days were past. She was a member of Argo Force and a time agent no less. She had been prepared for this ever since her birth. Setting her jaw, she met Jason's eyes squarely. What do you need me to do? Jason smiled, and the full briefing began. As they each informed her of her responsibilities, Alice tried to keep it all from overwhelming her. She was to resume the mantle of Lady of the Lake, somehow convince all the priestesses of Avalon that she was genuine, run the academy there, repair the damage left by Morgan Le Fay, assist her former classmate Elizabeth, who was currently living in that era, and, to top it all off, assist Merlin and Arthur themselves when needed. This is... she began when they had finished running through the primary responsibilities. This will take years. They all nodded.
That is expected, said Jason. You may find opportunities to jump ahead a few years if needed, once you have reinstated some stability. In fact, doing so may help to keep the mystery of the Lady of the Lake intact. But yes, even then, it will be years. Your abilities have an added benefit of keeping you youthful, do they not?
Asked Osiris with a raised eyebrow. Alice glanced at him. Yes, the abilities I gained on Illadar do keep me youthful. Though that wasn't really the point. She wasn't worried about growing older, but simply about spending so much time in an era so different from what she was used to.
We will give you a few days to think it over,
said Jason, rising to indicate the meeting was over. The rest of them followed suit.
But in that time I'll have wardrobe prepare you with the necessary garb for the era. You will not be permitted to wear your traditional Argo Force garments, though you will still have your ring.
Alice let out a breath of relief at hearing that. If there was one thing she never wanted to part with, it was her Argo Force ring.
Do not attempt to use it for travel unless you are in the utmost danger, said Osiris. And be careful when using it to contact us, added Jason. You never know who could be listening and what they might do with the right information.
Okay, said Alice, more to herself than anyone else. She could do this. Jason smiled and stood, rounding the table until he came face to face with her. Staring down at her, he put both hands on her shoulders.
But most of all, Alice, he said, good luck.
The next few days she received very little rest. She spent most of her time on her data pad reviewing all the necessary details about her mission. This would be more than just a quick one-and-done assignment. She would have to effectively fit into the world. That meant she had to learn the local customs like they were her own, and become familiar with their cadences and manner of speech, though thankfully her connection to the source through her ring allowed her to speak the same language without an accent. But even so, there was so much that she had to do. The few days Jason had given her would not be enough. She would need half a lifetime to be fully prepared. She had been trained for such expeditions, of course. It was a primary course in the academy for those on the time track, but functionally, most of her assignments had not required that level of immersion. Well, there was her time on Illidar, which was sort of a long-term assignment, but those people had known her true identity. She hadn't needed to hide it. The morning of her assignment finally came, and she awoke to only stare at the ceiling for several minutes. She could do this. Yes, she could do it. And later that morning, she began her first long-term assignment. The priestess, Helena, knelt at the base of the island, her hands clutched together in front of her face, her eyes closed, and her mouth muttering in prayer. Avalon was in disarray. Nimue was gone, and those who remained of the 9 did nothing but squabble over their rights of succession. Normally it would have been Nimue who would have chosen her successor, but the Lady of the Lake had been young. She hadn't planned that far ahead, not knowing her own death was imminent. Helena bent forward, praying even more fervently to the goddess, or indeed, to anyone who was listening for something, some sign of what to do. The academy was on hold, with many of the girls sent back to where they'd come until matters could be sorted here. Though many still remained, those that had no home in the world. They needed guidance. They needed direction. A soft sound of rippling water disturbed her prayer. Helena's eyes opened and she stared forward at the lake that surrounded the Isle of Avalon. In the hours that she'd spent here, pleading for an answer from the goddess, she hadn't even noticed the fog settling around the lake. It now permeated the air, making it near impossible for her to tell what was making the soft splashing sounds ahead. But soon, a figure emerged out of the fog. A woman dressed all in white. The fabric clung to her body as she stepped out of the water, showing a girl of not many years, though fit and muscular for her age. Her hair was just below her shoulders, and even though it was matted down with water, Helena could tell it would have been a golden brown under normal circumstances. She said nothing, only stared at the woman as she fully stepped out of the lake and approached her. She should have flown, should have run away in terror at seeing someone appear in such fashion. But something told Helena that whoever this woman was, she was not a threat. Not to her or the other priestesses, at least. Up close, she could see a wisdom in the girl's eyes, wisdom that far surpassed all other girls her age. "Hello," said the woman in a clear tone. "My name is Vivian. I am your new Lady of the Lake, sent here by Danu, Brigid, and Morrigan themselves. I believe we have much to discuss."
Saint Illtyd is one of the most underrated characters in medieval literature. He's extremely compelling as a warrior monk that lived in Arthurian times, and was likely a real person as well. He was renowned as a teacher, and plays a large role in one of my upcoming, as of this writing, books. So I thought I'd include a short story about his origins. Enjoy.
The town of Glaston had suffered through yet another winter without clemency, and emerged blinking the other side to a beautiful spring. That did not mean that the cold had fully taken its leave, and the chill seemed to pool inside the Christian abbey during the morning lecture on mathematics. The children in the classroom huddled and quivered, their little breaths huffing out in plumes of white smoke. The nun overlooked them all with a hawkish gaze. She seemed accustomed to the frigid air, yet considering her temperament, it did not surprise Illtyd in the slightest. He was allowed the luxury of pacing at the front of the room to keep his warmth, and he could have sworn he'd camped on battlefields in the dead of winter which chilled him less than this. But needs must, so he kept lecturing. "Is that understood?" Illtyd posed the question to the class. "Is there anyone who does not yet understand the use of this symbol in equations? Shall we move on?" He was met with doe-eyed vacancy from the children. Perchance it was the presence of the sister watching them, but he knew they wouldn't announce such an academic weakness when he asked. He'd simply have to wait and see who demonstrated it correctly later. His feeling was not shared by the nun.
"Speak up, children," she screeched. "If you do not understand, then say so. You shan't get the privilege of being taught these things elsewhere."
There was a ripple of nervous murmurings throughout the class, as there always was when the sister spoke. His philosophy was that children didn't learn as well when they were terrified. He almost wished she wouldn't interject so oft, since it left his class palpably nervous. One girl leaned to a peer and began whispering. Iltud did not catch precisely what she said, but the word Avalon rang through the hubbub to him. "What was that?" he demanded of the girl. The student sat straighter. Her face began to flush crimson from shame or terror, perhaps both. "What did you say?" Iltud repeated.
I heard. I was wondering if the school in Avalon taught mathematics,"
the young girl murmured, barely audible. A hushed silence enveloped the classroom, a collective caught breath. They'd passed by the stage of anxiety where murmuring was possible. Iltud couldn't help but look away, out the window of the classroom where the hill was. Upon that hill, albeit out of sight from where he stood, was the crystalline castle, said to belong to the Avalon witches. 'Twas a gleaming, magnificent structure, so masterfully crafted, yet somehow giving the impression it fell from the heavens intact the way it stood. It was a glorious building to behold. Although to Iltud, the word witch never rang true for the people inhabiting the castle. He heard the crackling sound of a breath angrily drawn before the nun burst into screeching rage.
"How dare you mention witches in the house of God?"
Her cry was akin to a banshee's, freezing all the children to their seats.
"How dare you ask about that unholy place here, when you already have the honor of being taught here?"
"Peace, sister." Iltud was forced to raise his own voice. "Please, allow me to answer." The nun drew in another rough breath, but fell to sneering silence. There was just enough begrudging respect from her to allow him to answer in her stead. The other children in the classroom finally released their held breath, and Iltud looked to the girl who had spoken. "I would not have the honor of knowing what they teach at the school of Avalon," he said. "But I hear the priestesses there are very knowledgeable. They possess a great deal of wisdom." The nun cut across him.
But evil wisdom, sir,"
she spluttered. "Not necessarily," Iltud replied. "Pure knowledge can be found in all walks of life, much like God's light can be. As you are very much aware, sister, I wasn't always a man of God myself, but his light still found me. Knowledge is much the same. It may not originate from the church, but that doesn't make it not of God. We cannot claim all knowledge not of the church as evil by nature."
"Sir,"
the same girl spoke again,
"is it true you used to be a knight?"
"That is true," Iltud answered. "I spent much time traveling as a knight before I became a man of God."
"Did you used to kill people?"
she then asked. Another moment of bristling silence struck the classroom.
"That is enough," the nun shrieked. "The audacity of these questions is unacceptable. Class is dismissed. Lavender, stay behind. You are to receive 15 lashings for your impudence. Disgraceful behavior."
The children obediently began to stand, and Iltud walked to the nun. "Sister, lead the children outside," he said. "I will handle the girl." The nun looked at him, then looked to the children.
"Children," she barked, "walk outside in an orderly fashion. Hurry."
The classroom began treading out, some passing worried stares to Lavender, still sat in her chair. As they did, the nun leaned to Iltud and whispered, Don't lash her too severely. Your arm will be stronger than mine.
Illtyd bowed his head to her. The sister turned her attention back to the remainder of the children, herding them to a cluster and filing them out as cattle. Lavender was soon alone in the classroom with Illtyd. Lavender looked up at him, white as a spectre. He gestured to her. "Lavender, walk with me." Out into the crisp spring air, the taste of early spring flowers was hanging on the ether. The outside of the abbey shone in the sunlight, the brickwork glowing in the golden luminance. But Illtyd could tell Lavender saw none of that. She padded wordlessly at his side, eyes affixed to the gravel on the path they trod on. Once they had reached the back of the abbey, Illtyd scanned the environment. There was the echoing of life from within the abbey, but no other soul in earshot. That was when he looked down to her. "Now, Lavender," he said, "why would you be asking such questions?" The small girl looked up to him. Her large, watery eyes blinked at him. "Are you not going to give me lashes?" "I would ne'er discourage curiosity from a young mind," Illtyd assured her. "As I said, knowledge comes from many places. We ought not deny ourselves by discouraging questions." "I only wanted to know about Avalon," Lavender murmured. "I thought you'd be more likely to know, having been a traveller, sir." "Yes, I can see why you would have thought that," Illtyd replied. "Unfortunately, the School of Avalon is not a place I've had the pleasure of visiting." "Oh," the girl said simply. "If I may, why are you so intent on finding out?" he asked. The girl said nothing, only dipped her toe into the gravel path and scraped aside some of the smaller stones with her foot. "Would you want to join the priestesses at Avalon, by any chance?" Illtyd then asked. An educated guess, but Lavender flinched like a struck dog. "Oh, You are not in trouble," Illtyd assured her. "I merely wish to understand." Lavender looked at him with wide, innocent eyes. "I do. I want to join the priestesses of Avalon," she confessed. "And why is that?" he asked. "They're wise. You said so yourself." "I know, but so are the teachers here at the Abbey," he replied. "Why do you wish to study elsewhere?" Lavender dropped her gaze once more. The teachings here at the Abbey," she began, and then started. "I have seen things, sir. Things which the Church teaches us should not be possible." Illtyd nodded at her. He averted his gaze and thought for a moment before he spoke again. "There are things out there the Church teaches as impossible," Illtyd agreed. "There are marvels in this world of ours which those in the Church couldn't dream of." Lavender's face glowed in delight. "But," Illtyd added, "that does not mean one path is superior to the other. Every fount of knowledge eventually runs dry. No one institution of learning has the whole picture, child. To truly understand, yes, you may need to branch beyond one, and if your heart leads you to Avalon, then follow it. Just know that, like the Abbey, the Avalon may at some point have no more to offer you. But you know already that you must travel on then." Lavender nodded. "Is that how you gained your knowledge, monk?" asked she. "Is that why you are different from the sisters in the Abbey?" "I suppose it might be. I have traveled far, seen many things and learned even more," Illtyd answered, "including how to fight." He gave her a knowing wink, and Lavender grinned widely at her question finally answered. "Child," he then said, "if you truly feel the need to leave this place, I shan't hinder your curiosity.
I'm sure the School of Avalon will have much to offer you. Just remember that beyond either pagans or Christians, there is truth within other avenues of learning." Lavender nodded again, brightening as he spoke.
"I'll remember, sir. Thank you."
The spring had moved from a frigid beginning into a tepid middle with the flow of time. Lavender, as Iltud expected, had followed her curious heart and left for the School of Avalon. It sent a ripple of outrage and fear throughout the adults in the Abbey, a blossom of wonder throughout the children. Iltud wouldn't be surprised if perhaps other children followed suit. Perhaps the fact that she wasn't the first one to leave was what sent the wave of unsettlement through the adults. However, unlike the others in the Abbey, he didn't see that as a bad thing. Regardless, it was a few weeks after Lavender's departure when one of the sisters approached Iltud with haste. Her face was flushed, and her eyes were so wide that the whites shone.
"Sir Monk?"
"What ails you, sister?" he asked.
There is an Avalon priestess at the door of the Abbey,"
the nun spluttered.
"She asks for you by name, sir, and she shan't leave until she has seen you. What do we do about this?"
The nun was still pink in the cheeks, but Iltud smiled gently. "Worry not, sister. I'm happy to meet with her," he replied.
"Are you certain, sir?"
"Quite certain," he answered. "I do not fear the priestesses of Avalon." With that, he left to meet with the apparently eager visitor waiting at the entrance of the Abbey. As he approached, he took in 3 figures, 2 smaller ones, and a figure stood in the center. The figure in the center was a beautiful young woman, with a veritable cascade of golden blonde hair tumbling down the back of her white dress. She was close to ethereally beautiful. Yet as a monk, Iltud attempted not to notice such things in people. It was difficult with her. She glowed in how gorgeous she was. As he came closer, he observed the faces of the smaller figures to draw his gaze from the beautiful woman. One was a small boy, perhaps 12 or 13 summers at most, his sharp face nearly blanketed by black hair. His green eyes were sharp and slowly surveyed his surroundings, giving Iltud the impression that he was taking in every detail around him. The other petite figure he didn't need to observe so closely, for he recognized her immediately. He greeted her warmly. "Lavender," he beamed. "Good morrow. I did not expect to see you again so soon." Lavender, on her part, smiled widely. Already she seemed all the calmer and wiser for her short time at Avalon. "Are you learning a lot at Avalon?"
"Yes, sir. I'm learning much,"
Lavender replied.
"I'm still so grateful for your words that led me there."
"I'm surprised to see you again so soon." "Pleasantly surprised, rest assured," he said. "Why have you come back so suddenly?"
"I very quickly met someone who wanted to meet with you, sir," Lavender replied. "I told her I would be there when you met."
"You did? Intriguing," Iltud replied cheerfully. She looked to the woman at her side and mentioned,
"This is the man I told you about."
"I'm aware," the glorious woman answered. "Yes, I am much aware of you, Iltud the monk." "Have we met?" he asked. "Not as such," she answered. "Yet I am aware of your travels, your teachings, your great battles and the sacrifices made." "My reputation precedes me, I see," Iltud replied humbly. "I suppose I can only thank Lavender for her kind words." "True, she spoke highly of you, but I knew already about your victories," the woman answered. "Athens, Rome, Malta, even the Middle Eastern lands. Your previous career was phenomenal." Iltud kept his expression stoic, but a shivering dread was threatening to show itself. He'd never breathed a word on the specifics of his knighthood to the children. What had happened out there, he didn't consider it for innocent ears. There was no way Lavender even knew where he'd been. The ethereal woman kept speaking. "'Twas a shame it had to end the way it did," she said knowingly. "Perchance it is," Illtyd replied, a touch curtly. "Yet I have found purpose here in the Abbey." The woman bowed her head lightly. "I would not challenge that. But is that to say that you'd never consider returning to your days of glory?" she asked. Illtyd didn't respond for a moment. "Who are you?" he asked. The woman gracefully bowed her head to meet him again. "I have so many names, but of late they call me the Lady of the Lake." She responded, "I come here with an offer for you, Illtyd the monk." "And that would be—" "Have you heard of the Talons?" she asked lightly. "I have," he responded. "Fine fighters, as I've heard. The priestesses are fortunate to be working with them in Avalon. Powerful and knowledgeable, especially in the martial arts." "As are you," the Lady of the Lake said, smiling gently. "I come with an offer to become a teacher of the Talons, if you would consider it." Illtyd couldn't hide his expression that time. "Of the Talons? I'm to teach them?" he asked. "With all due respect, my lady, I am hardly qualified. Surely I cannot know more than the Talons already know." "Oh, I disagree," she purred. "Illtyd, you discredit yourself. You are not only equally knowledgeable in the art of combat, but you have something sorely lacking amongst them." "What would that be?" "Balance," she answered. "You are balanced in your knowledge, having learned from many walks of life. You are balanced in your combat, having gleaned expertise in many martial arts. Most importantly, you are balanced in your soul, something well worth sharing amongst students, as you know well. You would make a fine example for other Talons to follow." Illtyd bowed his head to her. "You flatter me, my lady," he replied, "but I do not fight any more. That is by choice." The Lady of the Lake nodded. Lavender finally interjected again. "Oh, but sir, you would suit the Talons so well." "Peace, Lavender," the lady said, looking gently to the girl. "It is his choice to make. It is always his choice." She then returned her ethereal gaze to Illtyd. "But you do not have to make it at this moment. Take the time to consider our offer, please," she said kindly. "I can assure you, we did not make this decision frivolously. We truly think it is a role that you would suit." Illtyd nodded. "Very well. I can promise you I will at least consider the offer, although I can't guarantee I will take it," he answered. She gave him another knowing smile. It was an intense, albeit gentle, expression. Illtyd averted his gaze, and the silent third figure matched eyes with him. "Good morrow, child. Apologies for not addressing you earlier. Who would you be?" Illtyd asked gently. The boy didn't respond. He looked back at Illtyd with eyes that sparked with intelligence, but there was a certain level of incomprehension there regardless. "Apologies, sir," the Lady of the Lake explained. "He is from Gaul. He speaks little of our language as yet. You must have a touch of patience with him." "Oh," Illtyd exclaimed, before returning his gaze to the lady. "What would a Gaul child be doing in Glaston?" Her smile softened. She looked down at the boy with kind eyes. "This poor boy lost his parents not so long ago," the Lady of the Lake replied. "He needed a home, and so I have taken him in." Illtyd nodded. Is there a reason his new home is so far from his old one? Illtyd asked, knowingly. The Lady of the Lake bowed her head lightly. There very much is. That is all I shall say, she answered. And there is a reason you took him when you came to see me? He added. That you can ask him, should you have patience when asking the question, the lady replied. Illtyd leaned down to be eye level with the boy. Are you a young Talon? He asked, enunciating each word slowly. The boy stared intensely for a moment, clearly unraveling the words foreign to him before he found one he recognized. Talon, he replied. Yes. So you'd be a student of mine if I joined? Illtyd asked. The boy struggled a little more with that one, but he nodded after Illtyd finished speaking. What's your name, child? Illtyd asked. Again, the boy took a moment to understand the foreign language, before he recognized the words enough to answer, Lancelot, he said. My name, Lancelot. This has been The Arthur Tales by Jason Hamilton, narrated by Henry Kramer, Jocelyn Duford, and Jason Hamilton. Text copyright 2024 by Jason Hamilton. Production copyright 2025 by Jason Hamilton. All rights reserved.
Hey everyone, I want to thank you for listening to this audiobook. I hope you enjoyed it. Once again, I want to make sure I invite you to the VIP membership, the Knights of the Round Table membership, where you'll get all my ebooks and audiobooks for free when you sign up, as well as basically a chance to interact with me every week. We'll even be talking about what's going on in the world building of this thing. You could even participate in that and help with the ideas and everything to create this world. So definitely go check that membership out. I hope to see you there, and have a great day.